Juanito Magno II, Mr. Melchor Ugaban, Ms. Veronica Nicolas, Mr. Romeo Salvador Thomas, Ms. Norbelline Manalo, Mr. Heriberto Aguilar, Mr. Joseph Montero, Attorney Magellan Ferrer, Ms. Mary Glynn Halaman, Mr. Ariel Versosa. From the Secretariat, Ms. Marian Ada Cruz, members Mr. Edgar Apanay, Ms. Maria Teresa Toralba, Ms. Lowilyn Elardo, Sir Edmond Tamondong, Mr. Patrick Cruz, Ms. Emabel Velasco, Mr. Jeffrey Tulio, Ms. Bernabe Ayman, Mr. Elboy Hugarap, Mr. Christian Blas, Mr. John Paul Sandoy, and Mr. Cyril Benuelo. From the Office of Commissioner Marlon Casquejo, Attorney Maricon Almonte. From the End User Unit, from Office for Overseas Voting, Director Michelle Frances Morales Paredes. From the ITD, Mr. Christopher Jess Chavez, Mr. Rocky Laksamana, Mr. Rui Penalba, Mr. Arbolario RD from OFOB, and Ms. Jessa Janelle Padilla, also from OFOB. Also from from Technical Evaluation Committee, member Director Eden Bolo, and she's also Director 3 of ITD. From our bidder for today, from the joint venture of SMS Global Technologies Inc. and Sequent Tech Inc., Mr. Ricardo Rivera, Chief ACS of SGT, Vice President Mr. Javier Fernandez, Head SACE Ms. Rosa Filipinas Mendoza, President and CEO Mr. Anthony Christian Angeles, Co-founder and CEO Shai Bargil, Pre-sales Mr. Joseph Mardi Garcia, Co-founder and CTO Mr. Eduardo Robles Elvira, Vice President Luis Naberjoy Puente, Mr. Joseph Perlas, Mr. Fortunato Perlas, Mr. Clifford Seno, Mr. Eric John Laprades, Mr. Christian Paul Balunan, Mr. Kenneth Balahadya, Miss Diane Festin, and Miss Katrina Alba. Also from the Technical Working Group, Mr. Arman Castro, Mr. Arnel Bayer, and Attorney Francis Benedict Priatotar. Observer present today from AMA Group Holdings, Mr. Edwin Santos. From EB Solution, Mr. Hadrian Cruz. From AMA Group Holdings, Mr. Johnny Ramos, Mr. Mark Dote, and Ms. Lian Bool. From EB Solution, Ms. Katrina Pilapil and Mr. Nathaniel Marquez. And from Internal Audit Department, Mr. Asnar Ansari. So that's okay. Also from Lente, Ms. Alexa Yadaw. Good morning po. So that's all for the attendance. We shall update it later. For the conference rules, these post-qualification activities is open to all interested parties. Observe order during the proceedings. Any act or utterances which would interrupt or disturb the proceedings shall not be tolerated. Please mute your phones to avoid unnecessary noise and maintain cleanliness of the conference room at all times. Again, welcome everyone to the post-qualification activities for the project Procurement of Online Voting and Counting System for the 2025 National and Local Elections, second bidding. As part of the post-qualification procedure for the project, the bidder with the lowest calculated bid, the joint venture of SMS Global Technologies Incorporated and Sequent Tech Incorporated, will conduct a demonstration of the bidder's capabilities of its online voting and counting system. Using the voting scenario setup in the terms of reference as indicated in Annex K of the bidding documents. Thereafter, the bidder will present its submitted change management plan. So for information of everyone, our activities being live streamed. at the COMELEC official Facebook and YouTube account. So I now turn over the floor to our bidder with the lowest calculated bid, represented by Mr. John Anthony Christian Angeles, President and CEO of SMS Global Technologies Incorporated. Sir?
Thank you, Marian. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone. Um, we appreciate the opportunity, together with our partner, Sequent Technologies, to be able to present the proposal of SMSGT joint venture with Sequent on the online voting for overseas. No? To give you an idea, because we are interested to understand, and for COMELEC also to understand who we are, SMSGT has been in business for the past 29 years. Um, I started the company when I was still a baby, so now I'm about 30 years old. But actually, in terms of capability, we are one of the largest IT and telco companies in the Philippines. We have about more than 500 employees, majority of whom are engineers, focusing on IT and telecom facility and infrastructure build. At the same time, we are multiple ISO certified to show that our competence in terms of our process, in terms of our capability, in terms of our ability to deliver projects is quite following international standards. And I would also like to inform you that our accrediting agency for ISO is TUV Rhineland. No, it is a German accrediting agency that shows our competence and capability. Now, I know that in a very short period of time, because we want to focus on the demo, we have a very short video about SMSGT so that you're familiar with what we do. And then after that, I'll turn it over to Sequent Technologies, our technology partner, for the demo and the detailed presentation as required by the post-qualification. So if I may, short video. Thank you so much. So thank you for giving us the time. As you can see, we are ISO certified, 4 ISO certifications. We have an ISO 9001, which is for quality management. We also have ISO 27001, which is for information security. And as well as we have 45001 for occupational health and safety. And finally, we have the 22305, which is for business continuity that allows us to make sure that our process and our engagement with our customers and projects follow international standards. Now, before I turn over to Shai, I would also like to take this opportunity to invite all of you in our facilities so that you can be familiar with what we do and operate as a company, and to show our capability, because we believe that as a partner to COMELEC, we are a very strong, capable, and competent partner to deliver this solution for you. So let me turn over to Shai, who will be focusing on Sequent, and of course, after that, our agenda for a live demo. So thank you very much, and good morning to all of you.
I think it's working. Thank you, Anthony, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present the joint venture, present Sequent, showcase our solution, and also going through this post-qualification review following the bid. A quick introduction to our agenda today. We're gonna review quite quickly and briefly Sequent and explain how our solution works. We think it's important to showcase everyone how the solution, the technology operates, and then also go to a live demo. Following that, we're gonna review and show how we comply with the section of Annex K, and following the break, we're gonna go over the project and change management plans that were submitted in the bid. And of course, we're gonna leave some time for questions and summary. So presenting Sequent for the company leadership and experience. So Sequent is a US-based Israeli company that currently operates in Europe, Canada, and the US. We have more than 8 years of experience delivering online voting election worldwide. And the solution was developed since the year of 2011 as an open source project. We use battle-tested, state-of-the-art cryptographic technology for the voting process that is led by Professor Douglas Winscombe from KTH University in Sweden and Dr. Joseph Kinnery from Galway in the US. The leadership team is a veteran leadership team with hands-on experience in delivering online voting solution worldwide. And it's also a frequently tested solution by ourselves, by our partners, by our customers. The last pen testing that was conducted on the system was in February 2024, just before the bid by CWG, which is a cybersecurity company in Israel. A little bit about the history. So as I said, we started in 2011 as an open source project. In 2014, the project gained momentum in Europe, and we incorporate a company called Nvotes, or Agora Voting as the legal name, in Spain. We've done multiple elections in Spain and Europe. The biggest election was up then was in 2017, with the city of Madrid. It was a binding referendum with 1.2 million voters. In 2021, post-COVID, we understood that online voting is being spread around the world, and we wanted to bring the solution globally. So we reincorporated the company in the US under the name of Sequent. In 2022, we became an official partner of AWS GovTech Start program. This is a program of AWS, Amazon, for companies that develop government-grade solution based on AWS Cloud, and we are still continuing being their partner, and also became a portfolio company of Microsoft. So Microsoft is also a close technological partner of Sequent, and we also run our system on Azure Cloud. In 2023, we currently operate in 4 continents, which is the US, Canada, Europe, and South Africa. The leadership team is a highly capable leadership team with more than 35 years of experience, with hands-on experience with delivering online voting solution. I am the CEO. I have more than 18 years of experience in delivering SaaS solution for enterprise, government agencies, and also militaries worldwide. I have a B Science in Information Technology and a Master in Political Science from Tel Aviv University. Here with us, we have Eduardo Robles, is the CTO of Sequent. More than 20 years a developer. He studied B Science in Sevilla University in Spain, specialized in open source solution, and also more than 10 years in the online voting industry, developing engineering solutions. We don't have here physically our third co-founder, David Roskas. David is our head of research. He has a B Science in Physics from Imperial College in London. He's one of the top 5 physics schools in the world. He's have more than 20 years experience in software engineering, and his entire role is to understand the latest research in online voting solutions, specifically in the field of cryptography, prototype it, and make sure those kind of research and advancement getting into our system together with Eduardo. So this is why we have a lot of focus on the research side of the technology. And also sitting next to me is Luis Nabargo, is a VP Product and Delivery. Luis brings more than 15 years of experience, both in software engineering, but also in the industry. He's previously come from Indra and also from Cytel. He has B Science in Telecom and an MA in Information Technology. And he's gonna be leading the delivery in the Philippines. Nevertheless, beside the co-founder team, we have a highly capable and expert advisory board, and all of those names are well-known names in our industry. Dr. Joseph Kinney is probably one of the top 2 or 3 voting experts in the US for voting technology. He's have a PhD in computer science from Caltech University in California. He's actually was the one that wrote the first analysis and guidelines for online voting. It's called The Future of Voting End-to-End Verifiable Voting Systems, Internet Voting Systems in 2015. Our system is based on his research, and he's currently working with DARPA, NASA, Microsoft to develop secure cryptographic technologies, and also is also leading the online voting effort in the US. I also mentioned Professor Douglas Rinscombe from KTH University in Sweden. Douglas is one of the top 3 cryptographic voting protocol research in the world. He is a professor in KTH. He published more than 57 articles just on the cryptographic protocols aspect of online voting systems. And he's also was the one that developed the first cryptographic mixnet, which is a requirement in the COMELEC bid. So he's developed, it's called Verificato Mixnet. He's developed the first one that later on, most of the online voting systems in the world are using or built upon his research. And he's also was involved in the Norway system, and also currently in the system that Switzerland is developing as an open source project with the Swiss Post. Guy Brandt, again, is a cybersecurity expert from Israel. He's a CTO of what we call an incident a management company. So this is a company that handle security breach and hackers attack. And he formerly led cryptographic security research team in Intel, and also what we call red cybersecurity teams, which are basically hackers that are trying to hack systems in Cisco. And he's advising us and also work with us on the security of our system. Overall, Sequent did more than 200 elections worldwide with 3.2 million votes successfully cast on our platform in 10 different countries. The team itself was involved not just in Sequent, but also in others online voting projects around the world. So the most notable are Canada. Canada do a lot of online voting project with municipalities in Ontario, like Markham, also Halifax and Newmarket. So we were, the team itself was the people that actually deliver those kind of projects. Also, not just in the public sector, also in the private sector with large association and unions and Canada Post. But also in other projects in the province and state level with not just online voting, but also other election software, whether it's e-poll book with Election Ontario or election management system with Queensland, online voting in New South Wales in Australia, the EAU, India, and so on. We have a global net of reference clients, anything from private sector organization like political parties, like Association of Teachers, Association of Engineers in Spain or in Canada. We run election processes with municipalities in Spain and in Finland. And also a lot of universities in Germany are currently using our system and our reference client for new clients, of course. A little bit about our solution and our approach. So it's important to say that Sequent is being built from the beginning as what we call the next generation online voting system that is purposely built to ensure the highest level of confidence in online voting. We understand today that a lot of countries, municipalities, organizations moving from paper-based voting into online voting, and we need to ensure that we distill confidence in the online voting process, so it's going to be a successful one for the voters, for of course the election managers, for the auditors, and also typically worldwide the academic community that is being involved in those kind of processes. When we first approach the problem of online voting system and how do we handle the problem of confidence and making sure that voters trust the system, that the public trusts the system, that the election committees are understanding the solution and also willing to use, implement, and expand online voting worldwide, we pretty much identified 4 main issues that currently today affecting online voting with the terms of lack of confidence. So we saw that a lot of solutions are implementing the technology in an improper way, specifically when it comes to cryptographic voting system like COMELEC were asking. And we saw that happening globally with academic reports that are being published. Also, a lot of the system or a lot of the technology that was available up until a few years ago were not what we call a verifiable solution. So if the system is not verifiable and we cannot independently verify the results, very hard to trust the system. The system has to be independently verifiable by auditors of the election because it's a digital system. You need to make sure that the results are authentic and correct and nobody tampered with that. So that is the verifiability aspect. The last thing, and this is also something that we heard a lot, especially in North America, it's what we call the black box problem. So voting systems are public infrastructure that serve the public in the democratic process, and they should be under public review. When a voting system is not publicly reviewed or not open source or what we call a black box, It's create another issue with the confidence of the system. It's lead to a lack of trust by the public, and that is being criticized worldwide. And also, we saw project where the availability of the system was not done correctly, and sometimes because problems of availability or scalability, voters are not able to access the voting portal, and that also can lead to a lack of confidence issue. So this is why Sequent developed their own unique approach to ensure the online voting election integrity, transparency, and reliability. So we are relying on three main pillars. One is the cryptographic voting technology. The other one is the open source development and solution. And the third one is a secure government level cloud infrastructure. And that allows us to be a system that is secure by design. We have a strong integrated voter authentication process. The election results are verifiable end to end. It's a publicly vetted and trusted solution, and it's a scalable and fast performance solution. Currently, I think we can count more than 6 million votes in less than 10 minutes. Luis, I will hand it to you to explain about the system and the voting process.
Thank you, Shai. So we built a solution that allows to be easy to use. It's fully responsive and compatible with all devices, from mobile devices, laptops, tablets. It's multi-language. It's accessible for people with disabilities, and is WCAG compliant. It's secure and private during the voting experience. Ballots are traceable and verifiable. It's really easy to configure an election, so we have a step-by-step admin console, and also is customizable and comfortable solution for different clients with different needs. And we can say that everything is integral. We can integrate anything on the system because our system is based on API. So anything that can be done through the admin interface can be done through integration with other systems like EMS. Okay, so this slide we're going to see a little bit how is implemented the voting protocol in our system. So first of all, it's not in this slide, but we need to understand that voting system, in order to be secure, we need to encrypt votes. So for encrypt votes, we need asymmetric encryption, and this asymmetric encryption is what is a pair of keys, what is a private key and a public key. So usually private keys are used to decrypt, and public keys are used to encrypt. So in order to generate these keys, our system does what we call a key ceremony. During this key ceremony, this electoral board member just need to get together, we say, and execute a process inside some specific servers that generate like pieces of these keys. So in any moment, this private key that is going to be used to decrypt the votes is fully generated in one place when malicious system administrator can steal it. So these people, electoral board members, just generate these keys, and they download their piece, the fragment for the private key. And at that point, the election public key that is going to be used to encrypt the votes is published in the voting portal. So from now on, we can start the voting period, and now we can go to the login process where we can see a voter is logging in on the system. They can use any device they like. Okay. At this point, the voter will be able to choose their selection inside the ballot. Okay, and it's gonna able also to prove that the vote encrypted inside the device has inside the encryption his selections. Okay, and this is done through verification, individual verification, that I'm going to explain later. And at this point, the voter can decide to cast his ballot or review his ballot and change his selection. In case that he wants to cast his ballot, the vote is also signed to ensure the no repudiation from the side of the voter. So a voter cannot say that he has not cast that ballot. Once the ballots get to the digital ballot box, the digital ballot box do the same thing. They sign the ballot, so we can ensure that the system cannot repudiate a vote from a voter that has been casted. Okay. At this point, the digital ballot box sent back this information, the signature and the ID to the voter, so the voter can get a proof of record. So this proof of record can be used to trace the ballot during the voting period and after voting period. So they cannot see how they cast the ballot, but they can see that the ballot has been recorded inside the system at any time during the voting period and after the voting period, and has not been tampered by anyone. So the digital ballot box is also connected to a bulletin board. Bulletin board is a tool that generates logs that are tamper-proof or immutable. Okay, so anything that is done in the system, in the digital ballot box, or done by administrators, is recorded on this bulletin board. And this public bulletin board can be public. So anyone can ensure that what is going on in the election and can see how votes are casted. They're encrypted, so they are private, but they can see all the action that has been done in the election. Once the voting period has ended, the electoral board has to reunite to decrypt the votes. Okay, so during this process, we call it the tally ceremony. Each electoral board member needs to connect to their special servers, import the fragment of the key, the private key that we had generated during the key ceremony or initiation ceremony of the election. Once a minimum number that is set up in the system, that is a threshold of electoral board member has import this fragment of the key, the system can start doing the process of mixing and decryption of the vote. This process of mixing is done through different servers that each of them, what it's doing is decrypting and re-encrypting the vote and mixing the order. The same thing that you do when you have like a physical ballot box, that you take this ballot box and you mix it. So the last vote is not anymore the last vote, and the first vote is no more the first vote. So we do that the same way, but in a digital way, digital manner. Once the shuffling is ended, we generate a proof of shuffling and anonymization. And after the shuffling is done, we generate the proof of declaration. This proof of declaration is done through each of these servers that are managed by the electoral board members, generate a partial decryption of the vote using their fragments, and we put all together and generate the final decryption of the vote and the proof of decryption. After this, we tally the results and we get the election result.
A requirement in the bid by COMELEC allow the system to be what we call end-to-end verifiable. End-to-end verifiable online voting systems are today globally, and we are involved all over the world, both in setting up standards for online voting, but also delivering solutions for governments and municipalities. Today, the gold standard for online voting systems that are used in, especially in political binding election, are end-to-end verifiable systems. It means that the system can be verified end-to-end, that each ballot was cast, recorded, and counted correctly, and nobody tampered with it. And this is really today the only way, or the only way to ensure that the digital system was executed correctly, and we have a transparent voting process that can be trusted, not because the vendor says so, not because the election committee says so, but because it can be independently audited by observers and audited. And yes, that typically will require auditors with technical knowledge, but there are a lot of those kind of people in the world, and typically election committees like COMELEC will hire those kind of people to audit the elections. So what does it mean, end-to-end verifiable system? It basically means three main properties. It means that the vote can be verified on the voter device that it was cast as I intended it to be cast, and that is pretty much to mitigate compromised devices or malware. So I want to be able to be sure that if I'm using this device, nobody hacked my device, and if I chose candidate A and party B, that was encrypted and that was sent. So we have a mechanism to do that. Later, as Luis explained, I want to also be sure that once I send my ballot from my mobile device into the ballot box or the bulletin board, it was kept as I cast it. So nobody changed that when it was sent or when it was kept in the balloting box. And that is also something that the voters are verified independently. Voters can choose if they want to verify. They can choose if they can not verify. But we have a lot of studies in the world that says that as long as 1 up to 2% of the voters verify the system, it's a trusted and safe system. The last point is that I want to verify that only eligible voters voted for, and all the votes were counted and counted correctly. And this is what we call a universal verifiability. This has been done by auditors and using the proof, all the proof that Louis showed before, that the system produced and can be verified. And then I know that each ballot was cast, recorded, and eventually counted with maintaining the privacy of the voter and the ballot was counting correctly. And because if there was no privacy, it was very easy. But because ballots are encrypted, because nobody knows how voters were voted for, only they can see the ballot, and that is encrypted on device and being sent to the server, we have to have technology that allow us to verify while keeping the same privacy of the voter and the ballot. So the last point about Sequent is the open source, because it's not just enough that we create transparency through the election process, okay? So we can verify that votes were cast, recorded, and counted correctly, and this is fine. We need to create another level of transparency, and this is the infrastructure transparency. So we need to be sure, or the public need to be sure, or the election committee need to be sure that the system that run the elections are free of every known flaws, deficiencies, bugs, and that's what it's supposed to do. And again, that can be audited by technical expert auditors. So you want people, the public, and this is also part in the COMELEC bid, you want the people and the public to be able to review the source code of the system and ensure that the system done its job correctly. And this is the second level of transparency in election, and this is why open source is so important. So this is provide the full comprehensive transparency approach for online voting. It also improves security of the system, because it basically means that you develop the system in the open. So it means that developers, security expert, cryptographic expert, anyone can look at your code and help you fast in comparison to develop it in our offices and only 10 or 20 or 30 people are looking at it. It also allows us as a company to collaborate with experts globally, and online voting experts are not just in Israel, not just in the US, not just in Spain. They are all over the world, and all of them have something to contribute. So with open source system, with collaborative open development, we can do that, and we can collaborate with them, and that gives us another edge. And it's also, beside the fact that it's a very fast development process, it's also helped us, and we saw that happening in the past, to defend the integrity of the election process. So when we're using a cryptographic verifiable system that is open source, it means that anyone have visibility into the election process, and anyone have visibility into the infrastructure, and anyone can independently verify the system and the election process, and that helps to maintain the integrity of the election, of the digital electoral process. So that is the concept and the technology of Sequent and what we bring to the table. And I want to also say a few words about international standard and recommendation. So unlike voting machines, specifically in the US, when you have a certification body that certifies voting machine, there is no currently official certify or ISOs for a online voting system. There will be, by the way, in the future, probably in the US, but there are best practices in the industry. There are a, a global standard and recommendation that was developed, tested, and published by official bodies globally. And Sequent was built from the get-go with the intention to comply and exceed those kinds of standards. And we actually today also involve in the committees that draft those standards and those recommendations, because we educate them about the technology, we educate them about the integrity of the election, and we're helping them to set the standard for the future. So we started with the 2015, the future of voting internet verifiable system or internet voting system that was conducted by our advisor, but also by the US Vote Foundation. That was the base for all other standards in the world. The most known standard today is by the Council of Europe, 2017, is a recommendation for standards for e-voting. This is where most of the vendors and updated system or the new system are following those standards. We also saw a lot of standards and recommendation that is being done in Canada, in Quebec. We are currently also in the process and working with the German Federal Office of Information Security, the BSI, to help develop security profiles and online voting recommendation in Germany, specifically for the private sector, and also in Canada for municipals. Those two are 2023. We are planning, there will be a certification or voluntary certification for the cryptographic protocols later this year or next year by the ESC, by the Election Assistance Committee in the US. This is the body that certified the voting machines that we gonna intend to submit Sequent cryptographic voting protocol and to be voluntary certified for this certification. This is I just give here a quick example, a brief about what those kind of standards are referring to. The European Commission recommendation for e-voting, as I say, is the most known and followed. They are talking about system usability and accessibility, about voting equality, about what you just said before, end-to-end verifiable systems, how we maintain the uniqueness of the vote and invulnerability of the ballot box. So votes and the ballot box cannot be compromised. The secrecy of the vote, meaning also the secrecy of the privacy of the voter. They also discuss open source solution. So the infrastructure that run the election need to be open source, need to be under public review, need to be exposed. And also software independence. Software independence means that you can verify how the software works independently. You don't have to take the vendor word for that. You don't have to trust the vendor. You can check it yourself. And this is a property in computer science that we are also follow. And all the other recommendation, whether it's the BSI, it's the Election Canada, or it's Election Quebec, pretty much follow the same standard. And all of those recommendations are also linked in, so you can actually go and see them yourself. So that was the Sequent presentation and our solution and technology. With your permission, we're gonna move now to a live demo of the voting experience and also the admin console of the system. The demo will be done by Luis, our VP of Product and Delivery, and by Eduardo Robles, our CTO.
Excuse me, sir. Question, verification. We submitted as during bid submission the demo unit version of the solution being offered. Is it possible for us to compare the submission in the USP as that being presented today? Okay. The one submitted here.
Yes, it's the same.
It's the same. Can we?
Yeah, it's gonna be the same URLs.
Yeah. Can we verify it?
Yeah,
Oh.
for sure.
You could open this later
Yeah,
and
we can
then
open the link.
compare
There was only a backup link there that we are not going to use it because we didn't need to set up the backup link, but you're going to see it. So, okay, 1, 2.
what is being presented is the USB, purportedly containing the system being offered by the LCB. We shall then be comparing the, we shall be then verifying the content of the USB and verifying if it is the same version being presented today.
Hello. One thing. So the main. So the main content of the USB file that contains the different URLs we're going to use in the demo. Working? Oh,
Can you speak louder,
yeah.
sir?
Okay. Hello. Hello, testing. Enter the USB in the computer. Load it. Here's here. This is the one. So this is the USB. And here we have the document. It's very similar to the one I had before. I just removed the username and password. But basically, we are going to enter first in this URL. I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to enter here, which is basically the same URL I had here. And it's loading. And what we are going to do in the demo first is going to mimic the process that typically an election has, which is first we do the pre-registration. So people at this point, voters cannot vote, but they can do the pre-registration process, which we are going to show. Then we will enter the admin portal and do the key ceremony with generating the keys that Luis has been talking about with the electoral board. Then we will publish all this so the election is updated. We will start show around a bit the admin portal. Then we are gonna start the election period. We are gonna vote. Then we will close the election period, and then we are gonna do a tally. And by the way, in the process before starting the voting period, we will also show a zero tally. We call it an initialization report, and then we will do some other imports and things like that. So yeah, the other URL that we are going to use is the admin portal. This is the one. Let's verify. I'm gonna just close this one. So the first URL, it was redirected to this. Is the voting portal, and also the login for the voters and the pre-registration. And then there is the admin portal. And well, here we can log in as administrators, also by the way, members of the electoral board.
Use the credential and login, please, Eduardo.
Yeah. So we have this credential. This is the username. These credentials that were set up here are for the administrative interface as it's there. I'm going to copy the username, paste it, also the password. Oh, working?
1, 2.
Hello, hello, testing, testing. I think be more close. The other one was working better. Okay. Well, I guess I do like this. So I'm gonna paste the. Okay.
Okay.
The other mic was working better.
Sorry.
Using. Break it. Yeah. Hello, hello. Yeah, this one seems to be better. So anyway, I was logging in, verifying the document from the USB. We were entering into the admin portal with the credentials that were in this USB file. I'm gonna paste the password and check that we can actually log in. So, well, I was going to show the admin portal after pre-registration, but well, since we're verifying, you can see here the login of the admin portal. It worked. We are logged in. It says here COMELEC.
Okay, working? Okay. Oh, and Eduardo, I think also in our submission, we give them the URL for our repository. So as I said before, we are a fully transparent company, and our code is open source, so it's available to the public inside the information submitted inside the USB. In order to be fully transparent with you, we decide to provide also the URL of our GitHub repositories that you can review our code, and it's going to be the same code that you're going to see over here.
I'm logged in. Stop share this.
Yeah.
Should be.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So
Eduardo, we can start with the demonstration now.
Yeah.
And we can start with the registration process. So what we're going to do is now register overseas voter in order to be able to vote online. This form can be customized, changed in different steps as COMELEC will like in the future. But right now we can see that they just a voter or overseas citizen that is registered to vote will only need to add his email, set up a password for his account, add his name, his last name, a phone number that is going to be verified through SMS, the information inside his ID card or passport or Siemens book or maybe driver license if it's a valid document. Once he chooses the document and he fills this form, he can click on the register button, and it's gonna start. Okay, the password policy was set up to at least 6 digits. Our system allows configuration of password policies. So Eduardo just took me and he set up like a 1-digit password. Okay, so now he can register. And now what is happening is the biometric identity system. This system is gonna ask for verify the document at the beginning. So in the first page, we have a little description of what is the steps that the voter will go through in order to register and go through this biometric identity verification. So Eduardo, can you please start? Hi. First step is showing the front face of the ID. Okay. You can repeat in case the picture was not taken correctly. And I click continue if you're happy with the picture. I think Javier, we will need you.
Yeah,
your ID. Yeah. Now we're gonna take a picture of the back face of the ID. Okay. Once this is done, the system is gonna ask Javier to.
Oh, we have to.
Okay. The picture was not okay. So the system, what it's validating the quality of the pictures, and in case that the pictures are not valid, they need to be retaken. Now the one that was not valid was the back face of the ID. Perfect. You can see there, and now it's giving the instruction for how it need to be recorded the video and the face pictures. So first, Javier will need to show his ID and his face, and the system now is matching his alive. It's checking if he's alive. Okay, you never know. Okay, and checking that his face and ID match his face, digital properties and face characteristic for biometric identity. Once the system detects that the front face of the ID is correct, it's doing the same with the back side of the ID. This can take up to 10 seconds sometimes, depend of the light, the room. I think perfect, yeah. Work it. Okay. Okay, and now just the face. All this is customizable. So we can remove some steps, add others, right? It's up to COMELEC to choose. Go back. I think you put. And right now we are seeing the experience in a laptop, but the system is mostly designed to be inside a phone. People will do this process through their phone. So we can see, if I have a chance, the experience through a phone. And it's more usable and straightforward.
Yeah, but now
we can move forward, yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
We have time to show you all the full system. Okay, so now once you register, Eduardo has registered with his phone number and his email. So he's gonna get a code in his email address. So you can verify the email provided by the voter is authentic and real. Here, as you requested in your RFP, you can choose the second factor authentication that you want to use. The voter will like to use in the future to access the digital ballot. Okay. In the case we had passkeys, mobile authentication, or email, SMS, one-time password.
Yeah, so we passkeys is basically Face ID. If you just for you guys to know, the Face ID is typically what you use with the phone, right? So just for people, when I use the email, SMS, because before what we were doing is verifying the email address that we have set up in the initial step of the form, and now we are setting up the second factor authentication that we will use when we are going to log in and vote. So I got another message here. I use it.
Okay, so it's getting it's assessing like the system. It's a proof of logging, you can say. Right now, the voter can see his identity. He also can execute some changes, maybe change his password to access to the system. But his account has been created. Okay, so he doesn't see elections because there are not elections right now set up in the system. But we can redirect to any page after this process is needed. Okay, Eduardo, right now we can go to the administration portal and show how we comply with the requirements, how we can do an election.
Yeah, so we have a set of elections actually. This is an election event. I'm gonna explain a bit the admin portal, how it works. So of course it has this sidebar. In this sidebar, you can see the different election events. Actually, we have some archive election events too. Each election event consists of different elections. Each election has different contests, and each contest has different candidates. And that's basically the sidebar. It has also users, roles, settings, and some other stuff. Then in the main side, you see this page by default when you log in, as we just did before when we were verifying the document in the USB. You see one election and the dashboard. This is one election event, sorry, the COMELEC election where we were logging before as a voter. And we can see there's 0 votes, the 4 eligible voters, 2 elections, etc., the status of the election, and then there are different tabs here. So, for example, we here can configure the election as for adding an alias, description, or other kind of stuff like dates of start and end of the election event, and we can configure it here. Choose the language, and we can add more languages if need be for this specific election event. Then we can see, of course, the voters. This is the one that I registered with my mobile phone. Can loaded others. We can import and export voters, and there are more tabs here. But
yeah. Eduardo, I think like we are here, we can show how we can face-to-face registration at the post, okay, yeah, from one of the voters that are here. So one of your requirements was to have the ability to face-to-face register a voter in case they were not able to register online. And Eduardo is going to show this feature. So a poll worker at the post can find the voter inside the system or create a new one. It's also an option. And submit that this voter has been already verified face-to-face of his documents. At that point, Eduardo just need to add some information inside the voter because this was a test election.
Yeah, actually, typically, 2 things. One, I'm logged in right now with the COMELEC user, which is an admin. That, as you can see here, there is user and roles. We will show that later. Each kind of user has assigned a set of roles, and each role has a set of permissions. I have all permissions because this is a demo, and we are using the COMELEC user that was in the USB. But poll workers will have their own user with their own role and permissions. So they won't be able to do everything. They will be able to do specific things. One of the things would be specifically setting up, being able to do the manual verification. You saw the action, I clicked there, and the warning. And another one would be set up, for example, the information of the voter, because maybe we don't have the telephone number of the voter, or maybe we don't have, by default, before the pre-registration. So this is actually a step that the poll worker would do, adding some information of the voter before in the verification.
So what Eduardo is saying is like poll book systems where you can keep a track of the voter list, and maybe poll book systems can be different in different polls because the access to different registered voter in each region is going to be different. So what we can do is set up users that being poll worker that has access to specific list of voter information just to the region, and they can execute the action needed inside this voter list. Thus, we have to remind you that all the action in the system are immutable and are tamper-proof. So all these actions are in a log that cannot be tampered by anyone. So if someone change something, change the name, change a password, do anything in the voter list, the system and everybody will be able to trace and know who has changed what. Okay, and this should be in a bulletin board and available to the public. This is our recommendation. Then you can choose to have that available to the public or not.
And depending what part you want.
You can also do parts available and other parts not available,
Yeah.
but the system tracks everything.
So I'm gonna do the manual verification now. After setting up as a poll worker, I can create another user, but we're doing the demo. Do the manual verification. We already set up some information of the voter. Now it's downloading a PDF.
So once the on-site verification face-to-face in the post has been gone through, the poll worker will give the voter a PDF. Okay, this PDF will contain a QR and a link. Okay, and this link, when clicked, or the QR when scanned, will take the voter directly to set up his account. The only part that's missing to set up his account is just a password. So with that QR code, a link, voter will take just to finalize his account. And once finalized, he will be able to use his account. Okay, enchufados.
Yeah, so just to say, before when we were doing the KYC, we first had to do the KYC, right? Because this is the process when you do online pre-registration. But since this voter has been verified on site, then you don't have to do the KYC. You set up your password. So that's why for example, as a poll worker, I didn't set a password for this voter, because with this link, the voter can set up its own password. And then the KYC is not needed, it was done on site. And then what we have to do is what we did also with the first voter, which is to set up, we have the password, and then we have to set up the 2FA. Okay. For example, here we are going to set up the other some other 2FA just to demonstrate. So we're going to use the mobile authenticator. So I'm going to configure it, scan this QR code.
Okay, yes. So what is doing Eduardo right now? He's using a authenticator app, Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator. He's scanning the QR code. The QR code is registering inside the Authenticator app, and once it's registered, what is doing this Authenticator app? It's generated one-time password and recycle, and so when he will log in, the system will ask him to check this Authenticator app and get the code that the Authenticator app is giving to him in order to be able to log in. So as he done right now.
Yeah, and after using this link that was generated in a PDF that can be printed and given the voter, then basically this link is for setting up the account, and we have finished. So that's why the system says that the account has been updated. Then we can go back and do actually login, just like we did with the other.
Okay, so right now we have registered 2 voters, one through biometric, one with face-to-face registration, and so our voting period is not open yet. Okay, so as you decide to set up your election planning, registration is done during a certain period, then you close registration, then you have a voting period. You open the voting period, but you close the registration. Never. So the system can achieve this also. We can achieve a lot of different configuration, but we're going to show you how we can achieve this. So Eduardo, can you deactivate the registration?
Yeah. I'm going to log out here. So I was logged in as a voter. Yeah, so log out. You see Kiklo COMELEC is automatically redirected here from this URL. Can log in the IAM, deactivate the registration. And now here, here we configure the details of the authentication. One of the things here login is user registration. We can just table it, and then if we log in with the voting URL that we use for voting, this one, you will see that now the registration link is not enabled anymore.
Yeah, so we have activated the registration period, and now what we have to do is start with the, as we explained before, generating the keys that are going to be used to encrypt and decrypt the votes. So the first step is doing this event, called the key ceremony, where we decide which electoral board member is going to participate, and we set up a threshold. What is this threshold? This threshold means that if you have 7 electoral board members, you will only need 3, 5 to regenerate what is the private key to decrypt the votes. This is a security feature in order that something happened to one of the members and he lose his part of the key. You only need a lower number, the full number of people that are part of this board. Eduardo, can you move forward so we can show them the... So right now, what we see, it's from the administrator side, we can see that there are 2 electoral board members set up for this election. And we see that the system is generating in the servers of these electoral board members the fragment, the piece of fragment of the key. And right now, we will need to wait for each of these users to get inside the system and execute the process to download and store in a safe place this fragment. We need to remember that these fragments are needed at the end of the election to decrypt the votes, are really important, so need to be stored in a safe place. By our experience, that we did more than 140 public elections around the world, how we do this, it's we store, the electoral board members store one backup of this fragment with himself, and the other backup is sealed in front of an auditor and put in a vault. Okay, so in case something happens, there's always a way that our auditor or some people can open a vault and can open maybe an envelope that is signed and sealed and can re-get this or this fragment. So there will not be problems in order to decrypt the vaults. Yeah, so this can be set up one time for the event only, and doesn't need to be done for each post, but also we want each post to fully control also the tally, we can set up this ceremony for each post.
Also, I would like now to take the opportunity to see, as I am an administrator, I have access to the users and roles section that was I mentioned before. And here we see the different users in the admin portal. So one is the trustee 1 that we saw before, right? And then there is also trustee 2. Here we can see the permissions and configure the authentication credentials. We see that the trustee 1 obviously doesn't have the admin permissions, but it has the admin role, but it has the trustee role. Okay, and we can set up the access to the admin portal here. We can set up the password, etc. Then we also here can see in the second tab the list of roles, which, by the way, we can configure more roles like poll worker and other auditor, and have different permissions for each of them. For example, just to showcase, you see, of course, the admin role has all the permissions, This can be, of course, changed, but that's how it's set up. And the trustee has less permissions. So anyway, just to see, where are these users coming from? Now we are going to log in again in the admin portal, but with one of these users that we have already set up, the trustee.
So Eduardo now is logging in with the user and password for one of the electoral board members. And once they log in, they see that they have been invited to participate to a key ceremony. So he can click this link or in the key over there. And now they're going to get like a small description of the process. And also they're going to have all time in our system like a breadcrumb on the top that is going to tell them in which step of the process they are. Eduardo, just click next. So you can download the key, the fragment already generated of the key. Okay, now you can.
After I click next, yeah, it's telling me, because we are downloading the encrypted private key, and it's telling me I should do copies. We're a demo. We could put them in pen drives, but as you were saying, typically you have multiple copies, one or more, to remain with it, and another one you could store in safely now.
Okay, so Eduardo, what he's doing is saying that to the system that he has secured 2 copies. That is a common step in our system, just to ensure that people don't store only 1 copy and forget about it. They need to check that, like a protocol. And right now, what is the system is promoting is telling Eduardo, okay, you have downloaded these keys, you have stored these keys in USBs, but can you please check that during this process the key has not been altered? So he's just drag and drop the key that has been stored in the USB and check that the key is the correct one.
I on purpose drag and drop some of the files so you check that it's actually checking the key. And it doesn't allow me to continue because it's very important that the share of the private key is correctly working, right? So the system doesn't allow us to continue with the process if we don't check that actually the key is the correct one. So instead of a screenshot, I'm going to drag and drop the key. Now it allows me to.
Stop tricking me. Okay, so right now you can see that one of the electoral board members has gone through the full process. So this is visible to the administrator of the system. And now we are waiting for the second board member to log in and do the same process that Eduardo just did. So please, Eduardo, do the process with the electoral board member number 2.
As you can see, and because we set up it to make it easy, we're switching users. In the admin portal, we didn't set up 2FA, but we set up it for the voting experience, as you saw already, right? It can be set up for both, and it's highly configurable from the interface you saw, switch off the user registration.
Yeah, in difference with other system, our system is fully configurable. So it's not mean that it's customizable. It's also mean customizable, but configurable means that we don't need coding for making changes. So it's just a click, different place. So most of your requests will be just telling us and click here, click there, and configure the system the way that you want. Okay, so Eduardo, please go ahead. It's the same process as before. The electoral member number 2 has been invited to the key ceremony. He needs to download his fragment of the key. Once downloaded, store it in set place. Make sure that he has stored 2 backups. Okay, and now just verify that the key that he has downloaded and stored correct. Okay, and next. So good, success. So now we have generated the keys of the election, the one to decrypt and one for encrypt the votes. So Eduardo can log out from the electoral board member user and can log in as an administrator in the system, and he also can see this information in the system. So you can see that the election right now is in a stat called keys is generated. Okay, and he also go inside the key tab. You'll see that the keys has been successfully generated. Okay, so right now what we can do is the initiation reports. initiation report, we also call it that zero tally or mixing zero, that what we are doing is showing that the ballot box is empty. So nobody has stuffed the ballot, the digital ballot box with fake votes. Okay, so this process is executing a tally. Okay, and right now we can show that there are 0 votes, but we need to ensure that doing a tally process and having all the board members be part of this tally process. Here, Eduardo is starting a tally, and when you're starting a tally, it's asking you which elections that you have inside this election event you want to tally, all the crypt, you can say. So Eduardo is choosing both of them. We have a test vote election and a real election. This Eduardo can.
Yeah, so just wanted to add that it needs the collaboration, of course, of a threshold of the trustees. In this case, we set up because otherwise it was going to be very slow. Just 2 trustees, but we could have 5, 7 trustees, and then have a threshold of 3 out of 5, 5 out of 7, whatever number. But it also requires, and this is part of the requirements, that some admin is initiating the process. So correct. This is, I mean, I'm logged in right now with the COMELEC user as an admin, and I am the one initiating, in this case, the tally or initialization report process.
For security reasons, the threshold should always be the half plus 1 of the number of the electoral board members. So you should that a majority of the electoral board members are deciding to execute an action. Okay, so right now we are starting the ceremony. The ceremony is starting. So what the system is telling you is the trustee, so the electoral board member, has not imported their piece of the key. Okay, yet. So we have 0 of 2 electoral board member who has imported. Eduardo, can you log in and?
Yeah. I'm gonna log in. I'm just going to highlight that the system is not only telling you how many have done the process, but it's also telling you how many you need, because we have a threshold. In this case, the threshold is 2 out of 2. So of course, it says 2 trustees needed. And I have in a private browser window, I'm still logged in as trustee number 2. So I'm gonna click in the tally here and continue with the process.
Okay. So right now, Eduardo has logged in with trustee or electoral board member number 2, I think.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yes. So we can see that he's in the tally tab, and he has been invited to participate in a tally ceremony. Okay, so now he just needs to click the link or the key that was there. He needs to import the key that he has previously downloaded and stored in a safe place for the trusted number 2. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. So we can see trusted number 2 has imported his fragment. Now we need to wait for trustee number 1 or electoral board member number 1 to do the same. Same as before, the electoral board member has been invited to participate at tally ceremony, and he just needs to click on the message or on the key side. You can see the election that is going to be tallying in this process, just to be sure that they don't ask him to tally something that should not be tallied. And at this point, we can see that both electoral board member has imported their fragment, and this means that we can, to the administration side, we can start the tally process. Okay, tally process, as we said before, is going to execute different actions and generate different proofs. Okay, Eduardo?
Yeah, I just click in start the tally. So just to see the breadcrumb here, first we start, then we do the ceremony. We just did it, the ceremony to import the private keys. And now we start the tally. As you
can see here a lot of time the status of the tally. So right now it's doing the mixing. So it's mixing the vote at paper ballot box, physical one. Okay, and you can see a little bit the progress. So we need to say that there are 0 votes inside, but due to the protocol of cryptography protocol we have, generating of cryptography proof and mathematical proof, it's always going to take at least 1 minute. Okay, but we have test up system, as our CEO said before, we have decrypt and tally more than 5 million votes in less than 6 minutes. So that's going to be the case also for Philippines. You can consider that having a potential number right now of 1.6 million voters, the tally will be done in less than.
So basically, there are 0 votes, so there are no results, and this is the 0 tally. There is a way to download here the PDF with 0 votes, and we have something similar in the test that we did before, for example, right? But then we did multiple tallies here. So for example, I don't know which one was it here. No, this is the sorry. Okay. Then you can download the results in PDF in different formats. Also a zip that has all the intermediate steps. Yeah.
With this, Eduardo. So here we have sample election, 5 national and local election. We have 2 contests, a party list and a senator contest. And then we have created different, we call it areas. It's like districts, but in your case, it's more like post or embassies. So we can have a breakdown for each contest by embassy. So in this report, what we have at the beginning is a participation summary where we can see the information about the participation of the voters on this election. And here we can see that we have 4 voters and 0, 0, 0 because these are 0 tally or 0 mixing.
Yeah, so anyway, let's continue. By the way, we didn't maybe show much here, but we have the areas, as you were saying, in the election event. So we have a set of elections here that we set up. So this is one election. We have the different contests. We set up a senator and a party list contest. We set up, by the way, 2 elections inside this election event. One is for test. The other one is, let's say, the real one. This was part of the requirements in the, to be able to have 2 elections, and voters need to first vote in the test or not. Depends on what the COMELEC wants to do. So that's why in the election results you have different areas and different contests, etc.
So right now, what Eduardo is going to do is doing the publication of the ballot. So we have designed this ballot, have dealing with the candidates, parties, and contests that are going to show up to the voters. But we need to, like we say, print. So you have to print ballots, paper ballots. So you have to do the same thing, digital version. So we are publishing this ballot to the voting portal. Okay, it's like printing ballots. No, in digital world, we call it publishing and put this information inside the voting portal. So cannot be tampered. Okay? Can you publish? In this process, the publishing process can be done different times. So in case that you had published for testing, you can see, and you want to make changes in the ballot before the election starts because one candidate has withdrawn, okay? And you can do that because your legislation allows you to change the ballot before the voting period starts. You can do that, and during this publishing process, it's gonna show you the changes that you are making in the ballot when you're publishing. And here Eduardo, you are showing the logs.
Yeah, and just showing because we mentioned before the logs, so I just wanted to show a bit that in the logs we have all the actions that we've been doing. The publish, the tally, etc. And this, of course, can be exported. And this is what you were saying before, that everything gets recorded, and we can do
tamper-proof logs.
Yeah, they're recorded in an immutable or tamper-proof database, which is called ImmuDB. That is also open source. Okay, so maybe next we're gonna log in as a voter.
You can log in like a voter. We didn't start yet the voting period, okay? But we're gonna see what a voter that has registered, has got his credential is going to see. Or it's seen right now. We can customize it, but it's gonna see when the login inside the system to test that his credential before the voting period is open. Eduardo?
Yeah. I'm gonna vote.
This is the second step authentication Eduardo has set up for this voter. Okay, so the voter can see there are two elections, like as was requested in the RFP. The voter should have the ability to test the voting experience after he logins on the system. The system has created like two elections, one for test vote, so they can execute how many votes they want here. Right now it's set up this way, the election. And then there is another election that is already configured, but it's not open. So, and now you are going to ask us why there are no dates, because we didn't know really the dates of your real election, and we didn't want to set up there some dates. But right now, what we can do is start the voting period. Okay?
Also, yes, I want to mention that before, when we logged in, we didn't see the list of election because we didn't publish the elections. That's why we didn't see it. So now we're gonna back here, and we're gonna start the election process, the voting process. And well, I can log in again, but right now it's just if I just refresh.
Here is coming all the fun. Okay, so this is the voter experience. It's what it's really important for everyone at any election commission, because it's what the voter will see and the period they're gonna have about us. So right now, do you want to go through a test vote, Eduardo?
Yeah, yeah. Just to mention that the part of the requirements was that if the Commonwealth wants, we can configure that first you have to go through test voting, and only afterwards you can this other election, the real one, will be activated. This is why this second election right now I cannot click on it, but I can click in this other one.
Okay. As soon as you choose the election that you want to vote, the system is showing instruction. What are the steps that the voter will go through to cast his ballot? These instructions are fully comfortable. Any text, any color in the system are comfortable. So without need of coding, we just keep it really neutral because we were trying to mimic the colors and scheme of COMELEC, but we saw your website and was so neutral that we say, okay, we're gonna keep our system neutral to have the same feeling as your website.
But we at least put the logo.
Yeah, we put the logo. Okay, so here the voter want the access on the ballot. Can you add 1 second, Eduardo?
Yeah, sure.
You're going too fast. I can speak fast, but not that fast. Okay. On the top, the voter will always have like a breadcrumb, and knowing which step of the ballot the submission is. It also can have like if you have different languages set up, change the ability to change his language, and also there is an option to modify his user and maybe second factor authentication or password.
Here in the profiling.
Once he's logging inside the ballot, he has the title of the election. Okay, we can add a description wherever you prefer, change styles of the test. Anything can be done in what is look and feel. Okay, and then we have the name of the contest. We have instruction for the contest. In this case, a party list. They can vote only for one party. Okay, so Eduardo, can you please show that you can only vote for one? If you vote for two, you get a warning. But you can, I think we set up that you are able to vote for 0, okay, and cast a blank ballot. Okay, that's true. And for the senator contest, we set up that you can vote for 3. So we can vote for 3, 4, 5, depending on the number of senator you're going to choose. On this election, the voter has the option to clear all his election or cast his ballot. So what happened here is the ballot has already been encrypted, okay? And the voter has a step before casting where he can review his selection, he can confirm his selection before casting. So it's a double confirmation. So I choose my selection, I click that I choose my selection, I'm confirming that I choose my selection. Then I'm going to a review page where I review my selection and say, okay, I reviewed 2 times. Now I confirm and I cast my ballot. Okay. In this screen, the voter, as I say, is reviewing, and he can all go back to the ballot or audit the ballot.
I already
and
confirmed
Eduardo
it.
already confirmed it. It's too fast. Okay, so this page is really important. So this is a receipt page of the voting portal for the voter, where the voter gets his ballot ID. And this ballot ID is something important that I talked about before in the protocol, voting protocol slides that I was presenting with Shine. This will allow the voter to ensure that his vote is inside a digital ballot box at any time during the voting period and after the voting period. So nobody has tampered that vote. Okay? And Eduardo, and also the QR code. The QR code is for the same. Okay, they can use or the link or using the QR code. Okay, so Eduardo, can you use?
I'm gonna use it. I just want to add here one thing, which is just mind that we have done the voting process, which is what millions of people can do, right? And it has been very easy. We have already registered maybe a month ago or something like that. We have logged in with our password. We receive a code. Then it's very simple. We see the instructions, choose the options, review, and we have done now click in cast, and that's it. We don't have to do anything more. We have voted. It was simple and easy.
Okay.
Anything else that we do is extra. We don't need to do it.
Yeah, these are the verifications and verifiability that Shai was explaining before, the individual verifiability, that is the verifiability that a voter can do. For example, this is a verifiability that a voter can do, that his vote has been recorded as cast, okay? And in the previous screen that Eduardo has got too fast, there was the other verifiability, but we're gonna show that later.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So please, Eduardo, show them the ballot tracker, so the verifiability that I'm talking about.
Yeah. Just as a voter, one thing that I would do is just print this page, just to save it. So because I can click on it, but maybe you can.
The system allows the ballot receipt to be printed or sent by SMS or sent by email. It's just configuration hours, right? Anytime you can change. Also, the template document can be.
So this is the link that he was saying, that we would get the print page, and then basically it is a link to this, and we are locating the ballot, and well, after that we can go back here.
So this is the.
Sorry, I will go back. You can explain.
So yeah, this is the ballot ID. So it's telling that your ballot ID has been found. And what is this? This is the ballot, the encrypted ballot. After it's the encrypted ballot, so nobody can see, nobody can understand, nobody can decrypt this ballot. Only the electoral board members, they come to the ceremony, they will decrypt all this ballot. But no one, even they can show they had voted, show their vote, the encrypted vote. Nobody will be able to know their selection. Okay, that is what the ability. Private, but verifiable too.
Yeah, this is the actual ballot that was cast. This part that I'm selecting, this is the encryption that Luis was mentioning, and it was very fast because our system is very fast encrypting. But the ballot, just to emphasize it, is encrypted on the device, on my laptop, and only after it has been encrypted in my laptop, is sent to the digital ballot box. So with the public key that we created before. So even the administrators of this ballot box, that maybe they have full access to the ballot box, they cannot know the content because they don't have the private keys that the trustees have, and also each trustee have only a share of the private key. So basically no one other than the voter itself, of course, can know their intention of the vote.
important in voting system is that even an administrator or a database administrator can tamper on it. Even if you have full access to all the systems, to everything, to the cloud, servers, physical servers, that you cannot tamper the election without being detected. Okay, and this is what our system does. It's you, even if we give IT and full control to someone, if this person will try to tamper election, our system will know that somebody tampered it.
Another thing is I was in the success screen. I clicked in finish and we go back to the election list. But this time, since it's already telling me that I voted in the first election, by the way, we configured this first election to allow to change the vote, which was one of the requirements that in the end was not, it was removed. But it's something our system allows, which is being able to cast different votes. And of course, only one, the last one, is the one counted. But we configured the first election to allow that. So I can change my vote in my mind. But since we already voted in this one, which the system is indicating, then we can also vote in the second one.
Yeah, the feature that Eduardo was talking about, that be able to override your vote, it's for correction. So in case that somebody is trying to force you to vote one way, you can vote in front of him one way and then be at home and vote properly and change your vote. Okay, so that is a feature that the system has, can be used or cannot. It's all depending on your laws and your protocols for election.
Yeah, it's a recommended practice for coercion resistance. So, but I mean, it depends a lot on the laws, as Luis was saying. So,
I just Castle already passed a ballot in the real election, so we can show them the Castle's intended audit. But allow me to explain.
Okay, so basically, and doing the same thing. In this case, in this one, we party list is vote for one.
Okay, so we are in the review screen again. As I was saying before, you can review your selection, and you can go back and edit your ballot, so edit your selections. Okay, or please.
Yeah, no, sorry, I said I went to edit.
Okay, and here you have in the middle audit ballot. Okay, this is a way to audit that encrypted ballot that has already been generated contain your selections. It's over in the property of end-to-end verifiability of Castas intended, and only the voter can verify this during the voting process. Okay. Do we want to verify this, please?
Sure.
So, what is really important is when you are verifying this property, your ballot needs to be discarded. There's going to be some information of the encryption that need to be shared with the verification tool that then will make this ballot not secret anymore. Right? So it's telling here that, okay, his ballot is going to be discarded and later generate a new encrypted ballot, but this one is going to be discarded.
Yeah, I just want to add here one thing, the opportunity that to mention one of the requirements, which is that each time you encrypt a ballot, we are using a random number, which is part of the encryption. So even if you, for example, I can show right now, if you see this ballot ID, it starts with 80, right? If I go back, it says Senator C, Party 2, right? I go back, I don't change anything. And click next, I get another ballot ID, which is another encryption, because one of the requirements is even if you're voting the same thing, each encryption is different. This is related to the audit ballot because part of the audit process is, when I'm going to click here, it's going to reveal this random number because it's required for the auditing process. And that's why we have to discard this ballot, because this randomness is being revealed. So, this is part of the process.
What I'm saying is it's a random number that is part of the asymmetric encryption. So there is the private key, the text that you want to encrypt, plus a random number that needs to be created when you are in asymmetric encryption. So Eduardo, can you please go forward and load the ballot? So I see I've already loaded the ballot, the created ballot.
So the process is very simple. So the audit process is 2 steps. First, we have here the ballot and also the randomness in one of these long file. We download this, and then we go to the verifier, and we check it. I'm opening it in another tab.
The good thing is the verifier can be opened in a different device. Sure that if you have you are voting with one device to ensure that that device is not compromised, you can test the ballot and verify the ballot in a different device like your mobile phone.
So just to be clear, the audit process that we're doing right now is what is called the CAS as intended, which basically is to check that the encryption corresponds to your intention of the vote. Typically, in paper ballots, it's very easy. You look at the paper, you see the marks, and you easily can see that it corresponds. But since this is encrypted, you need to actually, it's not as easy. So that's why we have a process to verify it. So I downloaded here the ballot, so I can choose. I can just drag and drop. I can.
Luis, I just want to say something to the committee and the observers. When a voting process online happen, it can happen very simple, right? You log in, you choose your selection, view them, you cast the ballot. However, everything that you see here now that is being presented by Luis and by Eduardo, those are mechanisms that are obligated to be in an online voting platform in case someone wants to verify. You don't have to verify, you can just vote very easily, but in case you have concerns about someone tampered with your device, someone coerced you to vote this way, did everyone voted? Did all the eligible voters voted for? Did someone stuff ballot into the ballot box? All these mechanisms have to be in place in this kind of system to enable either the voters or the election commission or the observers to verify that the election integrity maintained. So we don't expect people to use them all the time, but they are mandatory in a compliant, high standard, high security, verifiable online voting system, and this is what we're showing right now. Thank you, Luis.
Shari?
One last thing about this verification. So typically, if you are concerned, typically this audit, of the ballot is, not required, and statistics about these processes say that maybe 2% of the population will do it, but actually you can do it as many times as you want to ensure that the encryption is correct. That's why it says we have discarded the ballot and we can do it, go back and start voting, and we go back to the election list and we can do the process again. I didn't vote, it didn't cast the vote this time because I audited it. So, we can do it quickly if we want.
So we can then do a tally and they can see that there is a vote in each of the elections.
And it's vote for one. For one.
Can you do one thing, Eduardo? Can you please do a resize or responsive and show them that the system looks good in mobile phones, tablets, and computers. So in case that we change to a mobile phone, you're gonna see that the system is configuring itself to fit the size of a mobile phone. Okay, so everything is there. So this is a review screen. Can you go back to the ballot so they can see also the ballot?
Sorry,
the review screen. Go down.
They're not used to this tool, Okay. Yeah. Anyway, it's responsive, as you can see. It adapts to the screen size. Also, just doing it here, it's
okay. This is the tablet version. Okay. So like that.
I'm also using a developer tool, right? To show it. It's time for that. But anyway. So anyway, let's cast the ballot.
Okay. Ballot. Well, and now you got the ballot tracker ID, ballot ID. But
Yeah,
we're not gonna test
check it now. We go back, and now it says that we voted, right?
Okay.
And in this second election, as I said before, in the first one, the test vote, we configured it to be able to change the vote, but in the second one, we configured it just for one vote. So that's why the click to vote is disabled. And well, now.
Okay, let's log out, get back to the admin, and we're gonna go through the tally process.
Well, we can see here.
Okay, so show the dashboard 1 second before, and so we can see.
Yeah, I was going to the dashboard. First, I want to show here in the voter list, we obviously cannot see how people voted. We don't have that information, it's encrypted, but we can see who voted we have permissions. So here we have a column with, that information. And of course, again, this can be exported, etc.
Dashboard, we can see like some interesting information about the current event. Okay, so let's see like how many voters we have, how many election, how many embassy of posts are configured in the system. We can see also how many emails we sent. So what we didn't talk about is that we can send emails to all voters, to voters who didn't cast a vote yet, to vote who has already cast a vote, only to one voter or a group of voters you can create. So you can configure, as Eduardo was saying, under here, like templates for this communication. So people or poll worker can be able to communicate with voters. And also the system will allow to track the communication between the voter and the poll worker, or the poll worker and the voter. So right now, Eduardo just sent himself an email. The system is tracking the email that he has sent and information.
Yeah, in the logs, this was another of the requirements. So in the logs appears, of course, every action. One of them is that we send a communication. So of course it appears there, and in the dashboard it will get updated here.
You can see that we have sent one email. Also, that this tool is pretty nice. We can see the number of votes that have been casted each day, and then if you have different channels, in some cases that we configure for our clients, like phone voting, IVR phone voting, or we configure like a kiosk, so people vote from kiosk that is different from online, so it's like voting machine. We can get all the information here. We know what is the participation by each channel.
Yeah. One thing to mention, because it says here 2 votes, so these 2 graphs are different. Here is talking about the number of voters, and there was only 1 voter, but we cast 2 different votes. So in here it says voters, here it says votes, and actually there were 2 votes in 2 different elections. So that's why this is counting votes, and it says 2, and here it says 1.
For 1 second, the breakdown by election, so they can. We're saying the truth, and we are not lying. Okay. So yeah, so see, now we are inside the one of the election. So this one was the text election, and this was the real election. We have only 1 vote, right?
And in the other one also 1 vote. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the tally. So we finish with this, and then we can answer all questions from the technical group.
We can stop the election to do first.
Okay. We can first stop the election. Yeah. We also have a tool for pause an election. So pause means that you can resume the election in case that you doesn't for reason happen. But when you stop it, you cannot restart the election. Okay, you fully stop the election. Yeah. At this moment, you can start what is the tally ceremony. As an administrator, Eduardo, what we're gonna do is start a new tally ceremony. So here we have the tally 0 ceremony information, and now he's gonna choose which election he wants to tally. Maybe you can tally only the real one. Don't think they're gonna tally at any time the test vote. Okay. Eduardo?
Yeah, sure.
Can you start tally ceremony?
Yeah, there's the internet connection.
On this screen, has a little bit of lag.
There it is. The internet connection was a bit slow.
Okay, so what's happening here is as we did before in the tally 0 mixing, it's asking the trustees to access the system and import their keys. Okay. Eduardo is now logged in as
created two.
electoral board member number 1, I think.
Yeah, so I created two. I started two of these processes because
Okay.
it was a bit slow, so I clicked twice.
Okay. Okay, no worries. So
Yeah.
just
Do
execute with the
one.
last one, and we're good. So we are.
No, this is not
This
the one.
is the one with 2.
I think we put in
You
the
create
end.
a vote then with. Yeah, it's just import the
Sorry.
fragment.
This one.
Meanwhile, if you have any questions about the process, the ceremonies, and why the key are splitted and how they're generated in a distributed manner, please ask me. We already saw this process a couple times, so
Or maybe you can just show the result. But okay, I'm gonna log in as the trustee.
now he's logging out with the electoral board member 1 and logging in with the electoral board member number 2. Okay. That question. Okay, so right now we can see. Okay.
Just this one or the other one. No, it was the other one.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So what we didn't show during this presentation, it's another tool that we have that is called the election verifier that is can be used by anyone. So this tool is used to verify and the property of universal verifiability where both are counted as recorded. So it's right now it's like a terminal tool where they get like the mathematical proof of the mixing, decryption, and anonymization of the votes, put these proofs inside the system, this tool, and can verify that these proofs are correct, and this will ensure that the votes has not been tampered during the tally process. Okay, if you have any, if you want to see that, technical committee, we can show you later. Okay, I don't think now it's interesting to all public. So
have you explained the?
To explain a little bit. Okay, so right now the system is decrypting the votes. Okay. We're 77.50%. Here we have a log of everything that is done in the different servers that are connected to this mixnet in order to generate the decryption and final tally of the votes. Okay, success, 100%. Always get nervous when we are doing a tally, even if I did like 1,000 of them. Okay, so here we have like a participation summary. So what we can see like it's the number of voters who has cast their ballot, the number of valid votes, the number of invalid votes in case it's the election is configured that way that it allow invalid votes. The number of hey, Eduardo,
Sorry,
stop,
no,
stop.
I click in the wrong thing.
I'm fast, I told you, but not that fast. Okay. We can see also the number of blank votes, because we allow blank votes. Okay, so this is a participation summary for the election. And if we go down, what we're gonna see right now is the results for the party list contest and the consolidated results for all the different embassies. Okay, go down, Eduardo. Here,
Candidates.
okay, so we can see the results. Eduardo.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, this screen has a little bit lag. So we can see there the the results, there is only one vote, and the winner candidate is party 3. So we are really neutral. We didn't want to use really real names of parties that are running. That's why all the names of the parties.
The multiple level. This is something that is also very important to show, guys. The system is already being built to run election in multiple levels. So what you can see that here is that the system is configured to have 3 levels. So it's the post level, 76 posts. Each one can run the election by their own, start and opening and closing date. Also do the results at the post level. And then everything is being consolidated into the contest level. So we can see per post, per contest, per post, or per contest, and then it's being consolidated again into the election level. So we're going to be able to see the results per post, per different kind of contest, political party or senators, for the aggregated, for the national level or per post, and then all the election results all in summary all together. And this is already the default of the system. So it's very much aligned with how the Philippines are currently running their elections for overseas voters.
Yeah, we saw before the kind of report. It's on different formats. Of course, it can be integrated with different systems. All the systems work through APIs, but anyway, we can download it. Also, it can be downloaded at the different levels here with all the elections and all the contests and all the areas, and here also in just for this specific contest of this specific election.
What is very important here is to say that we understand that you have other voting channels like voting machines or tabulators that use it. So our system allows to export the results, consolidated results of the online voting system, and different formats, and this can be used then to import in a EMS that you're using and consolidate all the results inside your system.
So I think the next step is to move towards Annex K, line item by line item. But let me summarize what is a very important point. As you can see in the current system, it is highly configurable. Minimal development, if not no development at all, to meet the requirements as identified in the need or in the RFP of COMELEC. Right? It is highly configurable. And if you can see in the system, you can actually show me the page with steps. That one. As you can see, because we do understand that this would be run by IT and sometimes some other people, it is very important that we actually show the different steps. Step number 1, you start. Step number 2, ceremony, and so on and so forth, so that it's easy for whoever is administering the system to run the back end. In other countries, the generation of the keys is a public event. What does that mean? Right? With the media, with the poll watchers, and so on, when the keys are generated, because the keys are the unique code of each electoral trustee or electoral board member, it is a public event when it is generated. Okay? And that is to allow COMELEC to show transparency that the keys are unique, because those keys are the only keys that can decrypt a particular election. So if you have 5 trustees, 7 trustees, and so on, those keys will be given to each and every one, and a backup is stored in a vault somewhere, audited, etc. That is important. Number 2, the tally event is also a public event to show that the digital ballot box is empty. It is encrypted and it is empty to show everyone before the election starts that the digital ballot box has nothing inside, using the keys that were generated. So in other countries, Those two, part of transparency and also to show the public, okay, those two are public events. Generation of keys and doing the initial tally, or in the requirement of COMELEC, it is the initialization. Okay? So the objective of us showing the demo is to show that the current system is an existing system. This is not a mock-up. This is not a demo. This is actual system that we're working on. At the same time, we are actually showing that it is highly configurable. And we will sit down with COMELEC to determine, based on configuration, based on your requirement, how we're going to do it. So we will go to Annex K, and we will answer your questions as we do each and every line item.
Yeah.
Who are the system? Opposite.
Um, for information of everyone, let's have a 10-minute break. Then we'll resume po. Thank you.
Yes, Natalie.
Okay, hope that they have number.
Ang kasunod na po nito pagkatapos po natin mag-grade ay magkakaroon po ng line by line evaluation. Kasi po kaya namin ginawa na mauna yung demonstration para makita po na po paano gumagana. Yung kung ating binabanggit na line by line evaluation, yan po yung buong section 7 ng bidding documents kung saan isa-isa ay kailangan po ma-comply nila lahat ng features na nailagay nila. Kung titignan nyo po yung hawak ko papel, ito po ang buong section 7. Ganito po kakapal yung dapat ma-comply ng system na ino-offer ni SMS Global at Sequent. Hindi ko po sabihin kung maganda o nasunod ng TOR, pero isa lang po ang mapakomento ko habang nanonood ako kanina sa live stream. Lahat po na naipakita kanina ay global standards. Wala pong bago. At yun naman po ay sinadya namin para po yung ating ordinaryong kababayan na sabihin na natin mataas, mababa ang kaalaman sa teknolohiya, ay kayang-kayang sumunod. Kung titignan niyo po lahat namin binabangga po dito, yung balance ng accessibility at yung balance ng security. Kailangan din po kasi kung makita niyo unang phase, enrollment. Nakita nila kung paano mag-enroll. Ito nga po pala para mas madali. Ano? It's a web page system. Dati po kasi iniisip namin, dalawa po pwede. Magkaroon tayo ng application, but the application is specific po sa mga gadgets na ginagamit natin. At paano naman yung iba pag nag-upgrade, ito yung grading system ng gadget, may hirapan po yung ating mga kababayan. So ito po, web page, anytime pwede kang mag-enroll, hindi gadget specific. So pwede kang mag-enroll sa isang gadget at pwede kang bumoto at mag-validate dun sa ibang gadget. So ito po talaga balance accessibility. Sige lang na-highlight din po nila. Actually, kung nakita niyo po, kausap ko sila kanina, paano yung mga securities natin dito. So malinaw na naipakita rin sa atin dito para po pamilya. Kung tayo po nagpabakuna ng pandemya, magse-selfie tayo, mag-i-input tayo ng mga data na tawag po dyan, lawyer, client, or KYC, na pamilya tayo sa bangko. So wala pong bagay na bago na naipakita except sa level po ng security na itinaas po talaga natin pagdating sa internet.
Pero sir, yung makapasa siya dito sa evaluation, what will be the next step? And kung hindi
tayo ng notice to proceed. Sa project implementation naman po, papareho ng proyekto natin sa fast track. Pagkatapos po ng lahat ng ito, magkakaroon po tayong system manufacturing, magkakaroon tayo ng customization, magkakaroon tayo ng configuration kung saan po lahat ng requirement ni COMELEC ay input natin sa sistema and more. Sabi nga po namin, gaya doon sa adjustments natin, meron makita ang COMELEC na mas maganda, mas bagong sistema na pwede natin ilagay. Yan po ang kagandahan ng customization phase dahil maisasama natin siya. Yan, ako napakagandang tanong po, Mamaki. Una po sa lahat, identified na po ni COMELEC kung sino ang ating overseas voters. Meron po tayong registration database for that. Kung tatandaan po ninyo, paulit-ulit kami nagsasabi ni Chairman Garcia, yung po mga kababayan natin mag-rehistro kayo sa overseas voter, yung nandito naman po sa Pilipinas, na inaasahan niyang by May 2025, siya ay nasa abroad, kailangan ma-include siya. So, una pa lang sa lahat, kilala na natin, identified natin nasaan ang mga taong ito. In fact, we have their biometrics sa atin ng picture, sa atin ng fingerprint nila. So yun po yung isa ko tanong sa kanila, how do we match yung sa KYC, yung sa enrollment part, yung selfie, pag-input ng pangalan, address at iba pa, automated po yan. Yan ang kagandahan sa teknolohiya na ma-match natin. Pero fail-safe po dito. Lagi po kasi may fail-safe ang COMELEC just in case meron tayong pagdududa, just in case kailangan i-review, pwede po namin mano-mano tignan ng litrato, mano-mano tignan yung in-input po sa atin. At isa pa, tinanong ko sa kanila, defense against AI. Dahil po sa pagre-rehistro, pag-enroll, baka mamaya pumasok yung mga issues na AI natin. Hindi po siya magkakaroon ng puwang dito dahil kailangan po isa live selfie. Gaya po nung sa atin nung pandemic, para tayo makapagparehistro sa bakuna, nagsiselfie po tayo. In fact, meron pa nga po pagkakataon na ako ay nagpakita ng ID ko habang ako siniselfie yan. So, hindi po tayo nagbabase lamang sa ID, kasama po mismo yung tao.
naging yan, ito yung what would you want to say to the public regarding the safety of this? Kasi first time natin na.
Tama po yan. Talagang kami po yan ang iniisip namin. Una sa lahat. Kaya nga po tayo nagkakaroon ng enrollment. Kasi siguro from the first end, sa beginning end po natin na yun talagang nagre-register, yung nag-enroll ay tao at yung tao na yan ay registered voter. Hindi lang registered voters, registered overseas voter. So ma-authenticate na kagad natin. But other than accessibility, meron na tayong authentication. Pangalawa, ang isa sa requirement po namin dito ay yung auditability in all cases. So pwede po natin i-audit hindi lamang yung pagboto. Kung natatandaan nyo po, random manual audit, in-audit natin ang pagboto at pagbilang. Dito po sa internet voting, sa enrollment pa lang, pwede na natin i-audit. Sabi ko nga po kanina, tinanong puli sila. Paano yung error recovery system? Meron. Dahil kung sakaling magkaroon ng pagpalya doon sa sistema, marirecover natin ang lahat ng data. Kung magka-problema sa pagboto, ano ang evidence niya? Yung kung interface po kasi natin sa pagboto, parang may balota rin sila sa screen. So yung kung mismong bobotohan nila ay kaya nating i-print at bilangin mano-mano. So yung ilan lang po yan sa mga bagay na tinutukan ng COMELEC pagdating sa authentication at cybersecurity.
And when will be our target for ito?
Ayon po sa Republican Payment for again, the ating pong post-qualification evaluation must conclude within a 30-day period unless otherwise nag-request po ang technical working group ng extension. Depende pa rin ito kung ma-justify ang extension. At sa pagkakataong po ito, na itong hapon kagad na ito, susulong na tayo sa line-by-line compliance. Tingin naman po namin in 2 or 3 weeks, matatapos po tayo sa post-qual at baka po sa ika-4 na linggo ay mag-issue na po ng recommendation and proceed na po tayo sa ating head of the procuring entity kung i-award or i-deny nila itong bagay na. Tama po kayo, no? Kahit nga po kami ay nabigla rin po. Pero sabi nga po namin, kung ikaw talaga yung manufacturer ng sistema, ikaw may-ari ng sistema, at hindi ka nananagot o nag-answer kung kanino pa, kaya mo talaga ibaba. At lalong-lalo na kung sistema naman po ay ito, katulad nito, hindi po ito ginawa para lang sa COMELEC. Requirement po namin yan. Kailangan ng sistema ay tried and tested na sa ibang bansa. Tinanong natin sila saan ito nagamit sa US. In fact, the US Department of Labor is using this. Yung US Airlines Association para sa election nila ginagamit ito sa mga bansa na gobyerno nagsasagwa nito. Meron po sa Finland, meron sa Spain na ginagamit ito. So kung makikita natin dahil ang system po ay tried and tested na nandiyan, ano na lang ang gagawin nila para sa Pilipinas? I-customize, i-enhance, i-configure. At yung po yung naging dahilan kung bakit kaya nilang ibaba yung presyo dahil hindi naman po ganun kalaki na yung gastos sa pag-develop. Hindi katulad ng magde-develop pa lang. Ito po ay tried and tested system na ginagamit ngayon. Sabi nga po nila, kung titignan nyo, wala silang naipakita na hindi tayo pamilyar na.
Attorney, your timeline, kailan nyo gusto sana magsimula yung registration process?
Pagkatapos po kasi definitely po mangyayari itong enrollment po, hindi registration, yung enrollment. Pagkatapos po ng ating election registration for hearing, kung matatandaan po natin ang katapusan po ng registration ay sa September 13. At sa buong buwan po ng Oktubre tayo mayroong election registration for hearing. Siguro po kung pagkakataon po ay bibigay sa atin, baka po by December yan. Tayo yung November naman po ay inilalaan namin sa pagsasagawa ng mga tinatawag nating project proceeds. Kasi po kahit kayo overseas voter, may project of receipts pa rin po kayo para ma-identify namin sino-sino ang nasa particular na lugar, sino-sino ang pupunta dito. So most likely po yung enrollment part po natin ay ma-roll out natin siguro late December or perhaps early January po ito. Sapat na panahon para po magbigyan natin ng daan dahil ang botohan po na overseas voter ay magsisimula ng April, 30 days before our May 12 elections. Malalaman po natin yan. Kasi una po sa lahat, may matching po tayo ng database. Sabi nga po namin, kahit accessible po sa webpage yung ating pag-enroll in KYC dito, hindi naman po automatic na granted yun. Dahil ibabangga po namin yan sa existing database ng overseas voters. Identified na namin sila, na-registered. Identified na namin sila, sino sila kahit birthday, saan lugar sila nandun. Identified po namin yan. Ang dagdag pa, yung kung ating facial recognition, which is in place here, nakalimutan kong pag-edit kanina. At natandaan nyo po yung selfie kanina, pwede pong i-match ng sistema yung selfie, facial recognition, doon sa picture na nasa database na namin. So, ganyan po kataas ang level ng authentication at security. Ganito po, siguro ang mababago po nila hindi yung hawak namin. Dahil yung hawak po namin, live picture din po yan nung nag-register sila. Siguro po, kung sakali pa, baka nagkaroon ng enhancement sa itsura niya. Pero enhancement po hindi pwede through AI dahil live po na picture ang isasend nila. Kung meron na po enhancements, marami naman po tayong paraan dahil Sabi nga po nila, the current industry standard for facial recognition is 64 points of biometric. 64 points. Sa face pa lang po yan, 64 points na. At hindi naman lahat po yun ay ma-alter nyo through aesthetic methodologies. So, pwede po natin magamit yan. In fact, sabi ko, if the COMELEC wants to add more than the 64, can we do that? Yes. Sabi ko nila, pwedeng dagdagan ng COMELEC yung 64 points of biometric sa mukha pa lang po natin. How much po ang ang sabi nga po namin, sana mapantayan yung local voting natin. Kung umabot po tayo ng 84% dito, sana man lang umabot tayo ng 70 to 80%. Napakalaking bagay na po yun. Sa lahat, tinanggal na natin yung burden sa kanila. Hindi na kailangan pumunta sa embassy at sa consulate. Hindi na kailangan yung vote sa in-person voting. Doon naman sa pagdadala natin ng balota, hindi na kailangan pumunta sa post office para ibalik. Dito po at the convenience of their homes, at the convenience of their workplace, mga marino natin sa barko, basta may internet connection at basta nakapag-enroll siya, ay pwedeng-pwede po. Dati po, inaalala natin paano po masira yung machine, yung device na ginamit niya pang-enroll. Malinaw po sa end-to-end demonstration ngayon na hindi tayo gadget specific, hindi tayo device specific. It's a creation of the account. Kaya po yung account mo na yan, pag nagkaroon ka ng encrypted key, kahit sa ang device ka mag-register, pwede, kahit sa ang device ka bumoto, pwede.
Ilang percent na and ilan na po ang current number?
Noong 2022 elections po tayo merong 1.6 million overseas voter. Out of that 1.6 million po ang bumoto ay 600,000 or 13%. Highest in the history of overseas voting. Pero maliit pa rin po, mababa kumpara sa ating local voting. Kaya po nais natin itaas ang atas na yan sa pamamagitan ng internet voting. At may isa pa po na bagay na benefit ng internet voting. Papabawasan po ang gastos ng gobyerno. Bakit? Hindi na po kami magpapadala ng makina. Hindi na po kami magpapadala ng balota. Bakit po? Ang ipapadala na lang po namin doon, laptops and printers. Sabi niyo, bakit meron pa rin laptops and printers? Kasi inaasahan po natin, meron pa rin po tayong kababayan na maaring hindi sanay gumamit ng gadget. At sa tulong pa rin po ng embahada at konsulata doon, pwede siya magparehistro, may mag-a-assist sa kanya. At kung sakaling hindi pa rin siya ganun ka-confident sa device niya, pwede siyang pumunta doon sa embahada at konsulata at doon mismo pumunta sa kiosk, online voting pa rin ito. So lahat po ginagawa natin to accommodate po yung iba't ibang level ng technological know-how ng ating mga kababayan.
Wala nang BMS doon.
ACM.
ACM. Wala na rin post by mail. Wala na.
Wala na po.
Online na ang OFW.
Opo, ganito po, dalawa po yan. Meron po tayong 92 embassies and consulates sa buong mundo. At dyan po sa 92 na yan, meron lamang pong 17 posts na hindi po mapayag ang internet voting. Yan po yan sa Russia, sa China, Libya, Timor-Leste, sa Papua New Guinea, at ilang bansa pa. Doon po sa bansang nabanggit po sa 17 na yan, mananatili po tayo either in-person voting doon po sa embahada at konsulada or hindi po masyadong malayo po. So doon lang po. But the rest of the posts na nabanggit na hindi nabanggit doon sa 17, talaga pong internet voting na po tayo. Tama po, final po yan as of now, but we're also trying to negotiate the countries, baka pwedeng mabawasan pa. Ang problema po kasi, hindi lamang naman yung internet voting ang ang naapektuhan, kundi yung talagang merong internet restrictions sa mga bansa na yan, na naapektuhan lang po yung internet voting. So more or less po, final na po yung 79. But then again, kami po hindi nawawala ng pag-asa. Baka naman po may mapapayag pa kami na pahintulutan yung internet voting doon pa sa 79.
May na ba, awarding, notice of award for the transmission contract?
Inaasahan po namin na anytime now po ay may issue yung ating notice of award. Gaya ng anunsyo namin isang araw, meron na pong unbanked resolution approving the recommendation of the Special Bids and Awards Committee to award the Secure Electronic Transmission Services contract to the joint venture of I1 and Ardent Solutions. Sila po yung tinatawag na lowest calculated and responsive bidder na po. So inaasahan po na update na lang po namin kayo kung ang notice of award po ay naibigay na at na-receive na ng joint venture.
Years, yung
Alam niyo naman po, ang COMELEC po pagdating sa political questions, kami po ay hindi sumasali. Pero kung tatanungin po kami, sasali kami sa technical working group, anong implication nito sa budget? Anong implication nito sa mga nakalatag ng halal? ay lagi naman po nagpa-participate ng COMELEC. Right now po, the question remains to be a political one. Siguro po papasok po yung role ng COMELEC kapag naipasa na po yan dahil kailangan na po pag-usapan yung mekanismo po kung paano ma-implement. Salamat po. Yes, ma'am. Sila.
Thanks, guys.
Budget for the approved budget for the contract is 465.
Awards Committee, members Director Divina Blas Perez and Director Jovencio Balangkit. Also from the Technical Working Group, Attorney Patrick Sacramento. From the Secretariat, Attorney Catherine Fernandez. From DICT, Mr. Mark Angelo Salipod. Our observer from VOATS, Mr. Henry C. Okay. Earlier today, the bidder with the LCB, the joint venture of SMS Global Technologies Incorporated and Sequent Tech Incorporated, presented the capabilities of its online voting and counting system. So now I turn over the floor to our SBAC TWG head, Attorney John Joel de la Cruz.
We shall now begin with the comparison of the system as regards the Annex K of our bidding documents, which is a post-qualification testing requirements. We shall be focusing on the recommended testing stage, which is post-qualification. So presented here is the checklist for such undertaking. We asked our LCB to present in the system the following requirements. Thank you.
Everyone, the requirements. Okay. This one. You want this in the middle? So
Yeah,
both
I
of us
think,
can
I think
speak?
it works like this, no?
Okay.
No,
Perfect.
we just
Okay. Good enough. So how are we gonna start? Are you gonna read the requirements and you're gonna reply?
you just put
So you read the requirements and then you have you present to us the portion of the system where such requirement is being met.
Okay. So what is requirement number one? It says provide COMELEC with a pre-election data management capability or election management system for overseas voting, EMS or V. So we already saw this requirement during our demo where we configured an election, but Eduardo can show this. And also I want to show our reply to the proposal in the document. This document is called the reference technical requirement, where we already replied to all your requirements in Annex K. And we can see that in our reply, we have also reference to 4 additional documents that configuration of the election inside the online voting that has been bigger. Yeah, for sure. Let me show you. Can you see now?
Maybe I can read the requirement and then Luis gonna say where it's appear in the document. Then Eduardo can show the system if needed.
Sorry.
Sir, the parameters of the testing requirement is that the bidder shall be able to demonstrate the features of the pre-election data management capability of its OVCS.
Yeah, in the Annex case, it's recommended to stage a customization post-qualification by actual demonstration. So we are going to just explain that we have also provided additional information inside the document and our reply and explain how the system can be configured, but Eduardo can show how the system can be configured and configure candidates, contests, or any other entity.
So for the configuration of, for example, the candidates, here we can configure the candidates, the name, the type, and upload an image. Same thing can be done for configuring a contest. Here, for example, we can change the name of the contest or modify the description. Instead of vote for 2, 3, I can do vote for 3, and then it's gonna be senators. Then, well, we can configure here the different properties of a contest, the voting type, the counting algorithm. Then in the ballot design, we can configure something that we saw during the demo, the minimum number of options that the voter must choose, and the maximum, maybe we say 2, but we put it here 2. So, and then this can be saved. Then after a few seconds, example of senators, it will get also updated there, and then it says senators here. So yeah, that's basically, and the same can be done for the election here, data option, and the same at the election event.
And also we can create all the posts.
What do you mean? Yeah. So at the level of the election event, you can configure here the areas. You just basically the posts. You can create another one, for example, one in
It's Europe,
Argentina,
Madrid.
yeah, Buenos Aires. For
It's
example,
by region, so it's Europe.
Yeah, okay. And then you assign different, you can change that. You can assign the specific contest.
Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions for item 1?
None, sir. In item 1, it indicates the customization will be provided to COMELEC. And number 2 also is a customization based on the TOR Annex K. And number 3,
As to item 2, the bidder is required to show or demonstrate the OVCS capability to import COMELEC sample pre-election data be provided with the bidding documents.
We can show you the import of the CSV data inside the system. Eduardo, can you please import?
Yeah, maybe first.
Okay, before we go cover the documentation, this has been replied in point 1.2 import COMELEC pre-election data CSV into the EMS OV and correctly configure the voting system for election purposes. So here what we reply is our system can be configured to import CSV. It's also able to import JSON or CSVs in specific formats. We have adapted our system to be able to import the CSV that you provide. You didn't provide only CSV, and the information that you provided, you also provide some MySQL export. So that was not CSV, so we need to convert that to a format that our system was able to read because it was not CSV, as requested here. But Eduardo is going to show right now in the system how we're going to import the data that you provided.
So we are importing here the election event data. Part of it's like, for example, the list of areas, also the different candidates, contests. This is part of the import from data provided by the COMELEC. I've already uploaded the file to the system, and now we are gonna import it. Then it will take a while. It's doing the import, loading. Then a few seconds, we will have created an election event with this election event configuration.
Now it's loading, so it's doing all the election, all the parameters, all the entities of the election that we're importing now has been imported. Here we can see all the areas that we have imported. We have created the elections, one for president with all these candidates that are over here. We can get inside the candidate. And then we have another contest for vice president with all the candidates and all another contest for senator. So all the data has been imported.
Yeah. So
and
that's it.
we can go to the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you go and
Okay.
someone raised the hand.
The number 3 is verifiably do the following. During the post-qualification, participating bidders shall be able to verifiably demonstrate how OVCS use local area network setup or live online setup.
We go to 3.1.
3.1,
Yes.
the next one.
Yeah, rest for one because
Correct authentication of OOV prior to being allowed to vote.
okay. So we show during the demonstration before that you can log in as soon as you register, and you can see that you can buy your credentials. When we published the election, the voter was able to log in and see the election that was there, but was closed, in status closed, so they were not able to vote. And then we log in another time, and when the voting period was open, and we saw that the election were open and where we had been able to cast a vote during the previous demonstration. I don't know if you want to see that again, but I think we went through the full process
Multiple times.
multiple times.
So
We go on to the next one. Okay.
yeah, sure.
Circulation is closed.
The election is closed, but we can log in probably.
Okay,
Yes.
so the only thing is we had configured the election, we did everything, and now the election is closed. So it's closed. Our system, when we close an election, for security reason, we don't allow to reopen the voting period. We can pause, but when it's closed, it's like a status. You close the election. So what we can show you right now is we can log in inside the system in a closed.
So you cannot vote because we closed the.
It's a closed election. But I think, Eduardo, to fully comply with this, we can create another election event.
Just log in.
The section is talking about authentication of overseas online voting. So just please show the authentication through a password and two-factor authentication. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna authenticate in the election again, using one of the voters that we had we had registered. I'm getting now the 2FA. Got an email and an SMS. And well, of course, we just authenticated. You can see, and yeah, we cannot vote because, of course,
That's it. No, that's the registration.
No, that's during the pre-registration, which we already did. The previous demo. Yeah.
So that was the authentication process. Either we can show the registration process. Not the same.
Yeah, but here he's talking about authentication at this
Authentication.
point.
So you like us to show the registration, or you want to wait for the next line that talks about the registration?
But we mentioned some of these requirements when we were doing it. We just not mentioning exactly the number, but can we mention it?
Okay, so
It will take.
okay, yeah. What
So-
do you want to see right now?
Let's do
Tell
the
us what you want to
registration,
see, and
the registration, the authentication.
okay, you want not that only authentication.
Let us do the end-to-end demonstration, pinpointing to us where the requirements are seen.
But there,
What we say before, that the reason why we did a full demonstration before is because this requirement doesn't follow a process of voting. It's just requirement, like requirement. So what we're going to do is going to each requirement and show the process. So can we do the registration again, Eduardo?
yeah, and just want to mention that if we do the whole process, since these requirements are not in order of the, it's going to be difficult to pinpoint all of them. So that's why we did that first, a whole demo. Then we wanted to go one by one.
Do the registration.
Let's do the registration.
We need a new ID. Who?
No, we can do it, the registration. I'm gonna configure the registration is one of them.
Yeah, I know.
Right now, we enable the registration that was closed before we set up the registration process. After registered,
you
then
need
have
a
to
new
close,
ID, no?
then you can authenticate to vote in there. So previously, we showed
Well, we can
that
register
you can
again.
register.
Yes, put it
Then
in a,
we,
yes.
as an
in a
administrator,
previous
close the
stage.
registration option because
Run this
30 days
multiple
before the
times.
election, and you can only authenticate after you successfully register. So what Eduardo is doing right now is resetting the demo to allow registration. It will show the process again. So we're gonna have a full registration, then another authentication of the system. Luis, it's gonna be good
Javier, your
if during this process we're gonna also show how the overseas online voter identity is being kept in confidential and secure manner, which is point number 3.2.
You're gonna show that in class. The
And then we're gonna show them how recorded votes cannot be traced back to the voter.
So we have reset the specific voter for Javier to be able to register again, to pre-register. We set it in the stage that it was for when we did the demo. So the process is first you enter this form, then enter all the details that are requested, and also a number, as you can see here, which is another requirement. Okay, so we support different ID card documents. So it's shown here that we support different ones. Yes, because it's going to be another requirement. So that's why I'm showing it here already. So we are demonstrating. We're going to use this one. And now we are going through the process of doing the KYC. So it's asking us to, telling us what is going to be the process. Let me ask the front of the document. First. Yeah, I'm going to retry because it was, sorry. This is exactly the same process that we did before, if you remember. Now we are using the rest of the document. It's going to be your time. Sending the files right now. I'm verifying the view. Apparently, it was a bit blurry, the second part, so we had to. Include less.
Sir, how does the system ensure that the data therein are confidential and secure?
I can explain that if you want now. So the data is being stored securely in a AWS database in Postgres, AWS RDS. AWS RDS works database level encryption. Also, the connection, of course, is through HTTPS. So that's also confidential because the connection is encrypted from the laptop to our servers. And then the servers are processing the data. And then the data is being stored in an encrypted database, at AWS RDS. So anyway, I don't know if that was so. We are continuing with the process, exactly the same process that we did before. It is not blurry this time. Sending the files and processing them. As you saw, the backend is reviewing it, and if it's blurry, it tells you to do it again. Then now we have to do it with the face. So you put this here. This is his document. He has to do it. At least just gives you some time because maybe you're looking for the document. Now you find the document. And now with the face, just the face. Okay, closer, a bit. Match the. Okay, so basically now we have done the pre-registration and we will continue. It's all successful, and then what would continue is the setup of the credentials, which if you want you can do, but the pre-registration is this.
Are we satisfied with 3.1 and 2.2?
TWG, any questions? Okay, can we proceed to 3.3?
3.3. A recorded vote cannot be traced back to the overseas online voter.
Yeah. Documentation evidence 2.3. So inside our reply to the RFP, we have a reply that how our system is encrypting and anonymizing the votes, and also we provide some additional documents when we explain the way that we unlink the voter from the vote, and also we explain all the cryptographic algorithms used in the online voting system. These documents are mechanism. Okay. So it's explaining how the mixing network that we were talking before, okay, is working. Okay, sorry.
And also, Waza, if we can also provide the papers, the hard copy, the committee, so they can look at it from themselves. I think we have a few copies of that. So for every line in Annex K, Luis will guide you to the white page and section, the technical reference document, and that explain how we comply, and also will read this or summarize this for you.
I cannot increase more than this. This is the maximum increase. No, there is not way to do. Do less, but no more. Sorry about that. What? I cannot. That's the.
Much better.
So we can show for this requirement, we can look on page 22 of the technical requirement reference document in point 1.3.3. But also we can see another reply in page 73 of the document in point 2.4.14 voted sensitive. Okay. In this, the first one, okay, it's referencing to the document I just showed you. No, I don't know if you can see now the documents better than before. So this is the title. No. This is the title of the requirement. This is how we reply. These are the documents referenced in this reply. The documents referenced that the mechanisms that online voting has to link a voter vote and the cryptographic algorithm used with the online voting. Okay? As I said before, here we have the list of documents that we have submitted. This is the mechanism that online voting has to link voters' votes. And inside this document, we have a section about how our mixing network with encryption works, explain not just the basic, but even the details of the cryptography used to unlink voters' information from votes. There is also another document, as I said before, that is the full detail of the cryptographic algorithms, okay, that they use the system. So we can also search this document inside the submission. Okay. Okay, let me find it. This one. Inside this document, we can see the cryptographic primitives that we are using inside the system. We can see the privacy and verifiability. We can see all of the function and cryptographic function that the system is using in order to accomplish all the
Luis, can you also please explain in simple English how the mixnet
It's working. Okay.
disconnect the relations between the voter and the vote?
Okay, for sure, no problem. So the first thing that we need to understand is how we compare, for example, postal ballots with digital ballots. So it's a nice way to see this. So postal ballots, what do you have? You have an envelope outside that says the name of the person who is sending that envelope, that ballot. Inside there is another envelope, and inside that second envelope we have what is the ballot. So we have two layers of envelope. First one has identity. The second one is the protection of the secrecy of the. So in online voting, we have the same. Okay, so what do we have? We have the first layer, the first envelope is a signature of the voter to the encrypted vote. The second envelope is the encryption. So the first thing that we do during the mixing process is checking that the signature of the voter matches a voter, a real eligible voter. Okay. At that point, we separate this information from the encrypted vote. So it's like we have opened the first envelope from a postal ballot. We throw it away. Now we put the ballot, encrypted ballot, or the second envelope inside a ballot box. Okay. We don't know anymore or who is this person. Okay. Then what we do is mixing this vote. So put all the postal ballots inside a ballot box. We mix the votes. So the first one is no more the first one, the last one is no more the last one, even if the person who put this vote inside there cannot be able to track and remember who was the first one and the last one. And at one point, after we mix, we decrypt the votes. So we decrypt the votes, and what this means is opening the second envelope of the postal ballot. I think this is pretty easy to understand. It's really clear, making the reference to postal ballots is working really the same way.
As we show in the document how the mixnet works in terms of functionality and cryptography, and also that was presented in the live demo during the tally ceremony. Any questions? 3.4. Provide a secure way for overseas online voter to review his or her vote selection or voted candidates prior to the voting submission.
Okay. Can I explain? We saw this, and I explained this a couple times during the voting process that we saw during the demo, that the voter was selecting the candidate and going then to a review page where he has to double confirm his selection and then is casting the ballots. I think we showed that a couple times.
Do you guys remember this, or do you want us to show this again? So let's show this again, please.
Just explain what I'm going to do, since it's going to be easier. I'm going to see if we have any other open election.
Yeah.
So we can vote in that one and we don't have to.
And Eduardo, also, while you do the vote and the review, also please show that the vote has been accurately recorded and stored in the digital ballot box through the ballot locator. And that's gonna satisfy section 3.5.
Oh, maybe I could.
Okay. To do it an election. If you allow us to do this in a different environment that we have in our website, that it's normally use a demo environment for our clients, but it's the same voting process that we showed before. Okay. If you allow us, we're going to do that. If not, it's going to take a little bit longer because we need to set up again an election event, an election from scratch.
With the key ceremony and all that.
So up to you. Maybe have 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
It's only 20 minutes to set up another open voting. I think we could accommodate such.
Okay, perfect.
So we could have a break 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna create a new election event with only
Yeah.
one election, make it easier and faster.
Yes.
Only one contest and a
And-
couple candidates.
And now,
okay?
if it's possible, please pinpoint to us the requirements that are being met by each procedure.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
I don't think it's possible because what we have to do, we have to jump between all the requirements to find the right order. So that's gonna.
And it's 200 of them.
Yeah, we do not really need to chronologically check, as long as we check all the requirements. So, like for example, if it's needed, if it need be, we could jump to where the
Yeah,
requirement
but-
is being met.
Yeah, but we cannot now analyze all this 180 and understand where each one. So we have to go it one by one. That is okay with the committee.
No.
I think it's gonna be very easy once we set up election. Very easy to show exactly to go one by one, but show exactly where it's our platform. Okay?
Need 20 minutes to create a new election and show you the current requirement. So that we are reviewing. And then inside the election that we have created as open, maybe it can be easier to show all the requirements. Maybe in some cases, if we are going back again to the creation of election or asking for the key ceremony, we will need to create a new one. Okay, so that's why we show at the beginning a full process. Yeah, but as our CEO Shai told you, this requirement doesn't follow no structure. It's just requirements. It's a list of requirements.
Can we?
We're gonna map all of them. We're gonna go one by one, and we're gonna
Okay,
review all.
maybe what we can do in the meantime, while Eduardo is setting up the election, what we can do if the committee will allow us, we can start reviewing all the requirements that require documentation evidence, and then pinpoint into the wide documentation, and then just post those forward, and that's gonna save us time. Okay, so
How many?
No, we're gonna do it within this 20 minutes. We're gonna review all the documentation evidence. So what I can do is whenever there's documentation evidence being allowed, we can go to this requirement and we're gonna show the corresponding document. With that, and yes. Okay. So I will go over the requirement, and Luis, you please state for the committee the right document page and section. Okay.
Okay, sure.
So 3.5. The vote has been accurately recorded and securely stored in the digital electronic ballot box per post. This is a documentation evidence requirement.
Okay, so We replied to this requirement in the document technical requirements reference in point 1.3.5. The vote has been accurately recorded and securely stored in a digital electronic ballot box per post. So this requirement is in page 23 of the document, and we say that the system accurately record and securely store each vote in a digital or electronic ballot box per post. This is achieved by creating different election events, one per post, allowing each post to manage its private keys and decrypt only its respective ballot box once the voting period has ended. So this is very secure, and also we can see reference in all the documents that we share with you how this is done, and we explain you that how we create election event. We show you how we generate the keys, how we decrypt the votes, all that.
Will that be sufficient for the committee?
Check.
Okay. Yes.
Definitely not.
A comment. Someone comment. Comment. We don't show it. You agree on that? You agree on that? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. ¿Todos enseñaron el requerimiento de antes, entonces?
Okay. We start with page number 5, 1.1, and the subsections of 1.1. We're gonna show that the system administrator console enable COMELEC to perform administration tasks. And the first section of administration tasks are a user account management with user rights and privilege administration. So Eduardo, if you can show this now.
Yeah, sure. So as we said, showed before during the demo, one of the sections that appears in the sidebar.
For the record, it is on page 4 of the testing requirement, the last part.
Five? Five?
1.1. Page 5, I'm sorry.
1.1.
Yeah. So one of the sections that appears here in the sidebar is users and roles, as you can see here, in the administrative portal. As you can see here, there are different users with different usernames and details. Here you can configure, for example, change the name, the email, and other data, and you can change the password of these users. Also, by the way, you can assign roles to these users. For example, this is a trustee, so it's assigned the role trustee. And then you can also even define these roles and the permissions of these roles. So for example, the admin role is defined here and it has assigned all these permissions. But if we edit the trustee role, it has other permissions. There's a long list of permissions. And of course, we can even create another role. So if we wanted to create this is basically this section. I don't know if there's
Thank you, Eduardo. Is that sufficient? Okay,
TWG, any question?
no question.
Hearing none, kindly proceed.
Section 1.1.2, the system audit logs, files, generation, and review. Eduardo, please show the login, the audit logs.
Yeah. So I'm going back to the election that we did before during the demo. We showed before that here are the audit logs. What is the requirement exactly? Audit logs. Yeah. So here it appears all the information of the of the audit logs, even if they are signed, even with the signature, system signature, and then details about each action.
So it's provided the signature of the person who did the action, tag the user who has done that action. So the most important thing about signatures is each user has his own signature, and when he's doing an action, he's signing that action with his private key. So he cannot repudiate he has not done that action. So the system is tracking the signature, and you can check with that signature who has been the person who has did that action.
That's satisfying the committee?
There's a question coming from the head of the TEC. Remember the TEC, Director Eden Bolo. Ma'am, if I may be allowed to read it. How about setting password complexity and expiration time?
Oh, you can go to,
Yeah.
you can show that.
Yes, of course. Which requirement is this, just to make it clear, or is this a question?
I think this is also
Because
another requirement,
Yes.
but please show it, and in the meantime, I will search
Okay.
where is this requirement of the password complexity.
You're right. Yeah. Okay.
Password, I don't know. Password complexity, this is customization section. So unless there's obligation, we can skip this.
You can show it.
Actually, it just takes a second to show. So
Okay, we will show it, but please note that this is customization phase and not post-qual.
There is a note here in the remarks that during post-qualification, participating bidder shall be able to demonstrate the EMS capability of OVCS, including number one, system administration, including user
correct.
account management.
Correct, thank you.
yeah, so I'm showing here Keycloak. Keycloak is the identity and access management system that we use. That is open source and actually developed by Red Hat. And in Keycloak, you can configure in the election event or also in the administrative interface the password policies. So here I have just added two password policies: a minimum length and expiration of the password. And this can be configured. Minimum length could be 8 or 7 or 10. And there are other kind of policies that you can see, even a password blacklist, for example, that we can configure.
Eduardo, another line in the comment is talking about the backup file generation of the
Yeah.
in AWS.
So 1 second, I'm gonna log in.
Luis, can you give us a short explanation about AWS and backups?
Yeah, so create our backups from full instance and database backups AWS.
Which requirement is this?
Which requirement?
This is the node. This is the node for the post qualification in 1.1.
Okay.
So we generate these backups in AWS, and we set up policies to generate this backup automatically. So we can set up policies to generate backups every day, incremental backups, full backups of the system. And this is done through AWS or cloud service provider, depending which one it is. And we're going to store the data as long as required and as long as defined by COMELEC. So these policies that are used to generate backups can be customized and configured based on your needs and or data retention policies. Okay.
So here we can see, for example, that in AWS you can create a backup plan, and then you can configure, there are different templates that you can configure the data retention policy. Standard in our system. Here we have actually different jobs that we have created because of this backup plan.
So is that satisfying? So if the committee is okay, we completed 1.1.
Yes. Okay.
So
yeah.
We're going to wait for the approval of the committee that will satisfy 1.1. And then we're going to move to 1.2, which is pre-election data management. The pre-election data management, including importing COMELEC CSV file to be provided with the bid docs for the voting configuration purposes. I think Eduardo that you showed this before.
Yeah, we just imported just before the CSV files and JSON. So I think we have just already complied with this.
But you use the JSON file, not the CSV file, right?
We converted because some data was also even in MySQL dump. By the way, we use Postgres, so we converted that data from CSV. So it was the data in CSV was converted into JSON, but it's the data itself. It was there.
CSV.
And I can show, for example, to import, let me show this example. For example, the voters, which, by the way, we received in different formats. The voters, one were encrypted, the other one, for example, a PDF. But we can, for example, show the import of the voters that were given to us in CSV. Okay, so just to show that we also support the CSV. So 1 second. Right now, you can see here it's just this voter. This is the imported CSV files that I mentioned, and I showed before the different contests and candidates, right? And now I'm going to import the CSV format of the voters if I find them. Give me a second. Imported. Schedule. And there. So here we have assigned some emails, and this is some names, and you can see that import. We assign it to some of the areas, and
we satisfied with the import of CSV.
Any questions on item 1.2 of the testing requirement, Annex K? Hearing none, can we proceed to the other items, please?
So I'm just confirming that we also show before the import of election contents, position, number of seats, and candidate information. Is that okay? Yeah, so we're done with 1.2, or should we show more? So 1.2.1, no, it's there's a few sections that it says that it's post qualification about importing election contest, position, number of seats, and candidate information that we showed before. So the question is, are we okay with this? You okay with it? Okay, so we are okay with 1.2.1. The next is the EMS OV shall also enable COMELEC to the option to consider all overseas online voters as one voting group only, which shall consolidate all the results into one election results report.
It says here customization.
So it says post qualification, but also in the remark customization. So that can be skipped. Okay, so 1.2.3, it's a customization, but is a remark. The data management capabilities of the EMS OV shall include all basic operations for managing data, such as food, searching, reviewing, searching, and printing, among others. So Eduardo, can you please show that we can create, read, update, and delete information?
Yeah, sure. So for example, here we have, as you see, the interface is, it always follows more or less the same pattern. Here in the sidebar, we'll have different elements, and here we have different tabs. For example, I'm showing here, and then as a data list, we have, well, the areas in this case, then we have keys or the tallies, right? So in this election that we just created, we have the IDs. We can show different elements. We can add another one, so part of the requirement. So, for example, test area. We can create a new area. We can modify it and change the name this area to, assign a contest to it. We can also filter, for example, by name. Okay, we can remove filter, and we can also, of course, also remove the area. I think we have to first remove the assignment. So, and we can also export this data. And like, for example, in voters is the same, right? You can export the voters, just download it. Then, of course, this is in TSV, so you can print this, okay? It's just a file. And the actions, by the way, it's also always like that. The actions appear here, which is just, by the way, another column that we can hide. We can even move the columns here. So basically, this is the update operations, and as we were saying before. So
you can share the search in the file menu.
Yeah, of course. You can
Write
search.
a number.
Just filtering here. Okay. I'm filtering here also the candidates. Now it's only this candidate because it's the one that is funny. Yeah.
Questions? Okay.
Can we go back to the previous requirement? The AMS-OV shall also enable COMELEC the option to consider all OOV business one voting group only, which shall consolidate all results in just one ER report. Is there a way for us to for you to demonstrate if the capability of the system to meet the said requirement?
This one, it says customization, but about the results.
It's the highest level of the tally.
Yeah. 1 second. 1 second.
Eduardo will go there, but I will just explain in the meantime that we have. Okay, you're already there, Eduardo, so you can.
Yeah. So this was demonstrated before during the initial demo. As we can see here, we had a tally already because we did it before. We have the elections, the contest, and the areas. This is in different levels of the election event. And as you can see, we have consolidated all the areas. We have different areas, one per post, and we have consolidated all the results for this specific contest in globally. And well, you can download this in different formats. Also shown before, and can log out. But anyway, we showed this before, and you have the results in this. Yeah.
You go up,
sorry.
and show the broke down results by each, for example, embassy.
Yeah, so for example, in the Berlin embassy, we have 0 votes. There was 1 eligible voter, but 0 votes. In the Asia Pacific, there was 0 votes, and I think it was in Barcelona, there was 1 voter that voted. So this is why in global you have, well, 1 voter, and then is the 1 voter from Barcelona. So
global is all the posts all together.
Yeah.
One. Okay.
Let's proceed to the next.
We are going on, continue to 1.3.2. The EMSOV shall be capable of checking the integrity and suitability of the COMELEC data prior to executing the import. So that was shown before. Or maybe we can show like a fail import.
Oh, what?
Fail import.
And no, do is show the import, and see and show them that there is a way to check the integrity of the import through the hash feature.
No, it is the
Import hash feature. Yeah. Hash feature.
So here,
Go to or like a whatever voter list, voters.
Luis, can you explain how
So-
the integrity works?
Okay, so this
1.3.2.
So when we are importing files, we build in our solution a way to check the integrity of these files to ensure that the importing file has not been tampered during the operation between maybe an operator get the files and the operator import these files inside the system. And how we do this is checking the hash of the file. So here, Eduardo is going to show that we have
what I'm not sure if we because it doesn't say demonstration. I don't know
But,
if we enable.
we show that how this is working. So right now here we don't have the hash right now of this file, okay? But the system is allow you to check the put here the hash of the file and import the file. Try to click import. Sorry, Eduardo, click import. No, you can import. You have already choose a file, no? Choose a file, okay? And now, as we don't have the hash, it's not going to check, but it's going to tell you something. If you see that here it says, okay, you didn't set up the hash. This is a warning telling the operator, okay, are you sure that you want to import this without checking the integrity? So we can check integrity, we can ensure it, but in this case, we don't have the hash, so we cannot check it right now. But it allows to check, and we can even configure the system to don't allow if you don't check the integrity of the files.
So the feature to validate the file that was imported compared to the hash that I put in the system. So the question is, will that be sufficient for the committee, or you want to see something else? To open the file? Can you open the file, Eduardo, that you just imported to show the data that is in the file? This is the file.
So this is the one of the examples of the files. We well, you can see here what an example of importing voters.
Can you show also the voters in the system?
Yeah, I imported it just before, as you saw. So I think it's here. Sorry, and it's gonna hide some of this.
Please, Eduardo, please select one line to show.
Yeah. I'm gonna find the file again here. So, for example, if I look for Daniel here, which we can look for, I think it's email. Oops, I wrote it wrong, but it was there. This is the one of the records. I was just going for the first one, but you can see it's the same data that we imported.
Is that okay? Can we proceed to the next? Is that okay? Secretary? The next is 1.4. It's about the election configuration management, and please show that the EMS OV is capable of setting the name, the type, and the date of the election. So,
1.4 to 1.4.3.1.
correct.
So you can see here that I'm in an election event, and then also in an election. The election, you can just change the name as you saw before. Demo. We can also set some dates here. For example, we can add the date of the election tomorrow. We can save this. It will get it here in a few seconds. This, and the type of election is related here to the contest, which I showed before the different voting types. See, this is here. This is also the counting algorithm. For this demo, we enable this. The system is highly configurable, and for the purposes of the demo, we only enable in the deployment the parity at large voting counting algorithm, one that we are general for all the finance of meeting.
Are we satisfied with this requirement? Have questions? Okay, so we're proceeding.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Any other question for TWG? Hearing none, please proceed.
Okay, so we're proceeding for 1.4.3 and the subsections of this section. So the EMSOV shall enable COMELEC to set system deadlines or allow periods for the following events. One is a system, but this is 1.4.3.1, system lockdown or finalization of the internet voting setting. Then I think we are missing, we're missing it here, 3.2. So 3.3 is setting and ending of the test voting, and 3.4 is start and end of the internet voting period. So it's the lockdown, the test, and the voting.
3.2 was a customization.
Customization. Okay, thank you. So if you can show that, please, Eduardo.
Yeah. So here in settings, I click the sidebar in settings and schedule events. You can see that we can choose different kind of schedule events. Name of the event that we're configuring. For example, start of the test voting period, or basically all the events that are there. We can even configure the detail here and just set the date. Okay, so I'm gonna just set date, hour, time, and then we just can save this, and it's configured. We can edit it and do the same, and we can configure some of all the others. It's just a selection, as you can see, and configure all these. Right? So that should be the requirement.
Fine with the
Questions?
want to show them the list because there are all the items that are here in point 4.3.1, 1.4.3.3, 1.4.4. They can check that all them.
Eduardo, please point the finalization of the settings. Please point the test and start and end of.
Yeah, and basically one of these things is basically creating a schedule. So it also allows you to, if there is any missing or a new requirement like this, you can add it to the system. So that's why it says, you know, you can write a custom event and it gets registered. So basically, yes, you can choose one of these, and then you can even add another one, just changing the name here. So we can.
And there are predefined ones, additional ones that you can have in each application activities. You can schedule new activities. Here, I have a full calendar of the election operation.
Okay. Okay, so we are continuing to the next section, which is 1.4.4. The EMSOV shall enable COMELEC to review and configure settings and shall allow modification of the same. So this is quite generic, and I think we already showed that. 1.4.5, the EMSOV shall enable COMELEC to choose from set of optional functionalities to be made available as part of the specific election configuration settings, such as, among others, we have few subsections. Require online pre-registration for overseas voter using the system module and or allow on-site manual face-to-face registration of the overseas voter at the post. So we showed that in the live demo, including the face-to-face. Is that something that we want to show before again, or everybody is okay with this?
Of
course.
Can you repeat which requirement you're talking about? Because for now we are lost.
Right now we are in section 1.4.5.1.
But why we set 1.4.4?
It's the section, and this is the subsection.
No, but it's 1.4.4.
1.4.4, we said that is a generic, and we are okay with it to proceed.
Okay, sorry.
The secretary gave their approval for that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, so what you're saying here is basically doing the manual face-to-face per registration. So I mean, we can do that right now.
We already showed again the online registration with Javier, so that was shown, and now Eduardo will show the face-to-face registration again. So Eduardo, if you can go toward that section, please.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add another leave, or actually we can go to the other one, the election. Oh, no, but okay, I'm gonna do it in the new section.
And
have the
Eduardo, you can also show where it's being configured that voters can vote once or multiple times, and that will satisfy requirement number 1.4.5.3.
Sure, that's easy to show here in the election event. Sorry, in the election configuration, because voters vote authenticate to an election event, and they vote in each election as they vote in the election at the election level. So here in advanced configuration, you can configure And we show this in demo. You can configure, for example, for voters to only be able to vote one time, then you save it, okay? And then you publish this, and then they will only be able to cast one vote, or you can just configure to vote as many times as you want, you know, and then they will be able to change their vote, and of course, only the last vote will be counted. And we showed this during the demo, how it, you know, this is the configuration, but then of course, during voting, you can see that depending on configuration, the system responds accordingly.
Any questions regarding 1.4.5.3? Okay, so we are continuing.
And setting up another user for doing the manual registration. We had this before to configure it.
And also, Eduardo, I will give you in the meantime also regarding 1.4.5.5 is to show that we can set up two elections. One is a test and one is the real election. So maybe we can just show what was set up with the election portal. And then I'm just saying to the committee regarding 5.4, 1.4.5, this is in a different section of the system, so we're going to show that afterwards.
Okay, so we're going to do the manual face-to-face per registration. So as we mentioned before during the demo, here the poll worker will have authenticated in the administrative portal. Then they can configure, depending on the permissions they have, but we will have a role specific for poll workers. So they will be able to, for example, configure, maybe there's something wrong with the name or they can configure the email and phone number of the voter. And then maybe they're in the wrong area, or depending on the permission, they can change data. So first they can do this kind of configuration, and then was this, yeah, and then they can generate a PDF document for doing the manual verification without going through KYC as an alternative of this specific voter. So we generate the PDF, being generated and downloaded right now. Now it's being opened, and this is the PDF that can be given to the voter. So now, as a voter, I can enter this link to do the manual verification. And then the first thing the voter will do is, following this process, is set up their account. This link is to set up the account. They will set up the password. So writing down a password as a voter right now. And then they set up the two-factor authentication. So, for example, we can use this email, SMS, OTP. Then I will receive a message. Accounts. Oh, well, probably set up the wrong telephone number. But anyway, this is the same process as before. They set up the two-factor authentication. And
this was showing the
which
requirement
was
for that
shown
authentication.
Before. Yeah. Sorry? It's configurable, but it's just the message with the code. I can.
Maybe you can show to the committee, Eduardo.
But, yeah, sure. 16, right? Oops. It's blocked? No.
You that as a way to
so we see the message with the OTP in the message, and we see multiple messages in this.
Because we have been using this phone for. Sorry. This is the OTP. Yeah.
OTP is one-time password. It's a code that have.
That's why we have so many in this home, because we have used it for. Yeah.
So we showed that the KYC was done physically, not through an application, and the voter was able to complete the registration process with setting up his password and two-factor authentication. Is that satisfying section 1.4.5.1? Okay. Eduardo, please show section 1.4.5.5, which is the setting up of two elections. One is test and one is actual. I don't think. I think you can only show the voting portal. You don't need to set them again.
For the voting portal. Okay.
It's already closed, but.
Yeah. I can show that. Well, I mean, we just showed it before, but.
Yeah, I'm not.
So I'm gonna log in the previous election, because in that one we already had these two, the other. So I'm gonna authenticate. I don't remember the.
So in the meantime, until Eduardo is setting up the system, regarding section 1.4.5.4, this is the limit of the IP addresses that will be shown in the cloud configuration of the system. It's not in the system, it's in the part of the firewalls system. So following this section, Eduardo will show that on the system.
So now we are showing the 2FA instead of with SMS with the authentication app. That's why I didn't get this one. And now we are showing the previous election event that we used during the demo, that we have set up 2 elections. Of course, the elections are closed because we did the whole process, but it has a test vote and the real vote.
Can you zoom in so they can see that in a bigger? So we showed that also in the live demo, that we first voted in the test, then voted in the real election, and they were identical with the test warning. Is that okay? Satisfy the committee? Okay, so Eduardo, if you can please go and show how can we limit the IP addresses of the voters. This is section 1.4.5.4.
Yeah. So I'm showing here the documentation. We use Cloudflare for as the first point of entry in the deployment, and it allows to configure. Here, showing the documentation. I mean, Cloudflare, which is one of our providers, that we can allowing traffic only from specific locations, countries, duration. What else is in the requirement? Yeah, in Cloudflare you can configure rules. I mean,
think documentation in this requirement is sufficient, or you want to see the Cloudflare configuration? See the Cloudflare configuration? Eduardo, if you can also log into Cloudflare.
Yeah. Takes a bit.
I would say that in the meantime, this is not something that we typically do for elections. We have to go and find the right configuration in Cloudflare, but it is possible, and that could be not just for voting system, it's for any system that is being used in Cloudflare.
So for example, here we're configuring a rule, configuration rule. We just name example blocking. Rule is, if the IP is geolocated in Algeria, for example, then we can add what is happening. For example, find the blocking, but
Eduardo, can you zoom in? Table apps.
Right.
yeah. So for example, we can just redirect to another.
That's
No.
a very, yes.
I think probably it could be the. Okay, security webcast.
For the record, may I ask what item are we presenting?
1.4.5.4.
Limit voting depending on the IP address of the country of registration or voting can be done from anywhere in the world. OVCS shall generate warnings when multiple votes are cast from the same IP address for COMELEC to analyze.
There's another requirement also that says that you want to be able to track or not track IP address from where votes are casted. So depending on what you choose, you want to track or not track, you will be able to apply these features or not able to apply.
So, I mean, you can see now in screen, we have to go through the documentation as Shai was mentioning, but we are creating a rule, custom rule named country block, that if incoming request match country equals, well, here we have any country, then we can take an action which can be, for example, block. And we show whatever. So, I mean, I can save as a draft or deploy, just saving as a draft, but of course we can deploy. And I think there was another one about blocking the specific IP address. Here we can edit it. So here is just the same, just change the field instead of being country, it's a specific IP address. If this is a specific IP address that I'm making up, then we can apply the same rule and block. Of course, it probably allows set of that is just the same. Of course, this one is valid.
Is that sufficient, or there's any questions for the technical working group? Okay, the TWD say okay, and we can proceed. So we are proceeding. The next section is 1.4.6. The OMS OV shall enable COMELEC to set certain parameters for the election being configured, such as, among others, and this is the subsection, the date and time converting the schedule of the following activities: lab test, field test, mock election, FTS, start of voting period per post, system initialization per post, closing of polls or voting per post, and in general, time allowance in minutes to complete the casting of the vote. And this is concluding the subsections.
Yeah, so 1 second. Demonstrate. Okay, so this is actually configured. We showed this before. Here we can configure all these events. We can even and this is our schedule. We create a schedule, so we can configure also custom events. So we can write someone here, some that might appear in the future. For example, custom demo event. Use this one. Then we can just save it and there it appears. So I think all these events are either custom or already in the list.
So we show a lab test, field test. That is correct, Eduardo?
Yeah, it's just all of them because you can also even just configure the name.
So the configuration of the event and the schedule is customized. So we can basically create any kind of event. So that covers the lab test, the field test, the mock election, the FTS, the start of the voting period per post, the system initialization, the close per post, and the time allowance. You want to show where we configured. This is something else a little bit. So section 1.4.6.1.8, it's the time allowance in minutes to complete the casting of the vote.
Yes.
Upon a oversee online voter logging in to the voting platform at the time of the closing of the polls.
Yes, that is the session, the timeout session that the voter has. So this is configured in Keycloak. Eduardo, you can show where we can configure that.
Yeah, here we can see in Keycloak the configuration of, it has actually different ways to configure this. So how much time the session can be idle, implementation, it can be in minutes and hours, and the maximum. Even if you are using the system, you can configure a maximum, for example, 10 hours. And there are there's more configurations about this, but this is the basics of it.
The important thing about this is that can be configured by election event. So maybe you have next year an election that has a configuration, and another year different elections that have different.
And that also corresponds with closing of the polls, because this is the time that you have to vote till the poll is being closed automatically or manually. So question is, do we have any more questions about it, or we are okay with and conclude section 1.4.6?
Just for the record, sir. We noticed use the Cloudflare. That is a Cloudflare. That's a third party, right? The firewall, but the third party. And then, according to this 1.4.4, the AMS shall be able to COMELEC to review and configure settings and shall allow modification of the same, but so as the Cloudflare, only the third party, priced here in 1.4.5.
0.4.5.
Talking about the.
This is something that maybe Luis can explain, but basically this is part of the cloud infrastructure that's being deployed for COMELEC, and COMELEC will have access to the cloud infrastructure, including security, monitoring, and mitigation tools.
How this works is when you deploy a system for national events, you deploy the full instance of all the pieces of the system and infrastructure that are needed for secure that system. So even a monitoring tool, any other company will have monitoring tools that are not inside their system. So they're going to have Splunk, Kibana, Prometheus, Grafana. Those you cannot request that the monitoring tool is a piece inside, because logs are logs. There are tools that are specified to monitoring the logs. But the system, when we talk about system, we need to see all the pieces of the system that we have proposed to you, and that you have the architecture diagram of our system. That is all the pieces that we have. And yes, Cloudflare is a piece of our diagram, because we need a firewall. Every secure system needs a firewall. And we are using Cloudflare as a DNS provider and also firewall. So that is going to be part of your deployment. So it's going to be part of your system. System is created by different pieces. But Cloudflare is a part of the system we're going to provide to COMELEC.
And COMELEC going to have access structure.
Yeah, this is the whole solution includes different parts, and obviously we are not developing all of them because this is an open source element or third-party providers.
Okay, can we conclude section 1.4.6? That's unless someone else have questions. Okay, we are at we're not concluding 1.4.6. We concluded 1.4.6.1. Now we're in 1.4.6.2. Number of copies of election results and other reports to be generated by the Special Board of Election Inspectors. So that includes does not include subsection. This is another subsections. Sorry, the secretary, the purpose here is to print the copies.
Configure it.
Can we clarify 1.4.6.2?
It also doesn't, well, I'm not sure if this says that we have to demonstrate.
And if the secretary can also clarify what is section 1.4.6.3 as the section, because we only see the subsections. So 6.2 and 6.3, please.
For the purpose of 1.4.6, including subsections 1.4.6.1, 1.4.6.1.1, 1.4.6.1.2, and the rest, please be guided with the remark in stating that during post-qualification, participating bidders shall be able to demonstrate the AMSOV capability to set certain parameters for the election being configured and its effect on voting. So, in your presentation of the on the said requirement, it is sufficient for the bidder to demonstrate the capacity for of the system to schedule and to conduct the said tests.
Yeah, so we have already 1.4.6.1 and all the subsections we have just already demonstrated. So I guess we get to the point 2.
That the purpose? That is okay, or we need to? Eduardo, can you please show again how do you configure a schedule per section? For example, let's take the field test example.
Yeah. So we're configuring here all the different tests. And just to remark, because it might be easier, it's a schedule management. So you can choose one of these, but as it says here, you can write a custom one. So, I mean, if you want, we can check all of this, but you can just write the one that you're looking for. If it is missing, it's going to be there.
So it's configurable and you can create more if necessary. The secretary, can we continue? Or? So can you please clarify, Secretary, can you please clarify 1.4.6.2? Is that the configuration or actual printing? Eduardo, can you in the meantime show how we can print multiple copies of the election report? Eduardo, please show.
Yeah, Eduardo. Yeah.
So,
And also, can you initialize already the votes, the OBCS, open voting, is open voting and closed voting. We need the printing of initialization, generated reports, other the reports if you have.
okay, Eduardo, so we need to print the zero tally report, right? This is the initialization report, the election results report,
Yeah.
and any other parameter that we need.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. One second, when logging in the laptop that is connected to the printers that was brought here on Monday.
Uh, Hello. Under ng 1.4.1.4.6, can you give or create a parameters for this portion so that we can create mock election, example mock election, and then we can start voting, and then we can initialize, and then we can close, and then we can uh, generate all reports, PR or sample only. Yeah, yeah.
But we already just have tallies. Just print. Okay. But I mean, just to be clear, just to be clear, we will take just
So
as
it's
before. We
when
will
we
take some time to start the whole-
when we set up a test election or mock election, it's the same process of setting up an election. So this is what Eduardo is doing right now, and will continue doing. We are setting up the election.
Oh, well, I was going to print the tally that we just did before, But I don't know if you want to go through the whole process and vote and.
So let's do some of this. First, let's show also that we can print the election results. And then also we're gonna have to continue with setting up the election as we said before. And again, the setting, there's two things. There's setting up an election and there's setting in the system the schedule of all the activities. Because the 1.4.6.1 is stating that we need to set the time and the date for all those activities, right? The system, and that have to be publicly communicated to all COMELEC and also all the election committee in the posts. So everybody have to be sync about the filters and all of that. So that is something that we can set in the election. And we also right now in the process of setting a new election that can do everything. So for the purpose of these no.
Ah.
In order to generate a report, we don't need to set up a new election. We already have election set up already. So we can just print the reports of all of election that is already configured in the system. Would that be okay?
Yeah, we're gonna also the report that it's Charlie.
And Louis, if we can also print PDF of the logs, they would also want to see that. And this is going to be just sent to the committee, and we can post demonstrate whatever you want. But this is going to be the same printing for any kind of election that we're going to set up. And of course, this can be customable, so we can change the font and everything. But it's going to be the same printing. So I don't think in the Annex K is a specific requirement to set up a mock election. Yeah, so we can set up, but it doesn't have to be like specifically mock. It's like any kind of election.
So that we could direct.
Okay.
And is there a possibility for a member of the next year
Yeah.
to go the voting? Postal
The logs, Luis.
Parang yung pan na tawag dito. Kanina government.
Sorry guys. I think we have like a small thing here. Sections 1.4.6.3.1 referring to the minimum number of employee workers required to set up those sections, those activities. So the activities of initialize the OVC, opening vote, close vote, they are all refer to the minimum. It's because it's written customization and then it's written also post-qual, so it's probably confusing. But they are all refer to the minimum number of pool workers required to perform certain functionalities, such as, among others, and all the subsections. So it's really like we showed before, the electoral board that can be come together with the threshold.
Yeah, we were as when
We still do that. I'm just clarifying that.
yeah, because these are all prior to this element.
The setting up the election force.
Yeah.
Yes. That you need to have a minimum number of committee members. Set it up.
What do you mean?
Let me just show you. Sorry, I apologize. Refer to a section that this is probably removed because it's customization, but a minimum number of employees, pool workers required to perform certain functionalities, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's not actually to code, it's actually ability to do those functions with so we showed before the electoral board. So this is customization. So basically where it's customization, it's not for now, but this is subsection. Section itself is for customization. So this because
Wait, uh, there's a question here in 1.4.6.3. It stated there there's a minimum number of poll workers required to perform certain functionalities, such as among others. Now, it is considered as customization. Now, however, the sub items for 1.4.6.3, which are initialize the OBCS, open voting, are for post qualification.
You can show to us how to, in the existing system, how to show how to uh, the requirements for having the minimum number of
we can show, but we also want like find that.
this one. That is part of parameter.
Okay.
Yes,
And
correct.
one point
This is the mother.
no all of this no all of
Covers parameter.
Yeah, however, there is
yeah so this is why
Yeah. That is all of the type of that 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Yeah.
so whatever you say
if the section says minimum number of poll workers required to perform certain functionalities, such as among others. So so considering that it is 1.4.6.3, it is in 1.4.6.3. You are only going to set the numbers needed, so number of poll workers needed for the following events. So it does not mean that you have to generate to initialize the OBCS, mga ganun. So you just have to show us how we could configure the system as to state how many number of poll workers are needed for each activity.
so Eduardo this is section 1.4.3 1.4.6.3 1, subsection 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we need to show the minimum number of pool workers that required to perform this action, which is the electoral board.
Following the
Comment?
That's how it works. But
When they fill the move this subsection.
Okay.
5 and
but
Right.
one thing. Test post qualification. It doesn't. No, this is demonstrate to be documented.
give us an
Can you fix it?
have the option to
Yeah. But just to be clear, we already set up a permanent election.
have a new
One I used for registration.
have an open.
Yeah. I already did the keys.
The record, there seems to be an omission in the testing requirement in 1.4.6.3. Minimum number of poll workers required to perform certain functionalities, such as among others. So considering that it was stated there and that is customization, we took it out. However, when it is connected to 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6, which are, I'm sorry, 3.4, all which are all subjects for post qualification. So the LCB must be able to demonstrate the configuration as to the required number of poll workers or minimum number of poll workers to perform the subsequent uh, subsequent events. Thank you.
That show the electoral vote, opening and closing, with also generating the report, and also need to initialize the election once the opening.
Okay, we need to configure a new election because the one that we use for showing the pre-registration and voting, we already did this ceremony.
Committee, just to explain, we did set up another election like we promised, and when we set up an election, we already configure the amount of people that need to open the elections, and we open it, and this is why we also show before the registration process.
That is why we were actually talking about the 20-minute period to.
So that was already done, and also we use that to show the registration process of a new voter to a new election. So when you
New. Yeah. Just do a new.
So Eduardo, if you maybe I will explain. If you can just go to the to show the So I'm just gonna explain what we're gonna do. Yes, we're gonna do. We exactly. Yeah. So right now, what Eduardo will do, he will create another election, and in this new election that he's creating, is also gonna set the minimum number of we call it trustees, but it's actually the pool employee that's responsible for the election and have the authorization to open the election, do the serialization, close the election, and also do other function like generate the report. So Eduardo will show that when he set up the number of trustees. Correct, Eduardo? That's going to be in the configuration?
Yes.
Okay. Please, maybe I will.
That's it. So maybe I move this one here because it's gonna. Okay, so okay, so to set up the number of poll workers required to perform certain functionalities, we are gonna do the key ceremony, which is where we set up which ones are responsible for doing these actions and how many we need. We call it the trustees or the electoral board. That's another term. So here we can choose them, which ones can participate. Of course, since this is a demo, we have only set up 2, but we could set up more. And then we configure a threshold, which is the minimum number of those members of the electoral board that are needed. Typically, there is a minimum of 2, and since we have set up only 2 in the demo, well, the minimum is going to be 2. We could have 5, 7, as many as we want here set up, you know, and then the threshold, of course, it needs to be up to that number or you know, a minimum of 2 here. So here is where we configure this, and then we create the key ceremony to create the keys for each of these poll workers. And then each of these poll workers will create their own pair of private and public keys, and then they will do, if you remember in the demo, the ceremony, right, where they download their share. But the configuration, which is the requirement that we are reading, we already did it. It was the previous screen we were setting up how many we need, and it was 2, right, in this. So I think we are already compliant with the configuration of this minimum number, just what we have shown already. Also, I have to also mention that before and during the requirements review, we have shown that in the users and roles, there is the trustee, and we have set up the permissions through the roles of the trustee. So compound those two things, you can see that this is possible.
Are we satisfied with the minimum number of poll workers that could set up function in the system? Or there are any questions?
No, but okay. I think here we only need one because.
Okay, so okay, so there's no further questions regarding the minimum number of pool workers required to perform functionality of the system, and we are moving forward. Regarding section 1.4.6.2, that's the number of copies of election reports and other reports generated by the Special Board of Election Inspectors. Are we good with that, or we have more questions? We printed and submitted those reports, and it's possible to print more of that. The requirement is minimum 30 reports to be printed. In general, I remember the requirement. So are we good to proceed with section 1.4.6.2? Okay, yes, we are proceeding. We are now at section 1.4.6.5. A period of availability for oversee online voters access of the test and the actual sites for the all oversee OVSC related models. So that is in the context of I'm just gonna find the context of this because it's not that clear. Context of 1.6. So the context is 1.4.6. The EMS OV shall enable COMELEC to set certain parameters for the election being configured, such as among others. And the other section is period of availability for overseas online voter access of the test and the actual site for all the overseas OVSCS related models. So Eduardo, please show that the both election, the test election and also the actual election can be configured with opening and close dates. Show it again. Not the scheduled event, the per election that we can. So Eduardo will show that each election, and again, this is with section 1.4.6. So we need to enable COMELEC to set certain parameters for the election configuration. And here we are setting the period of availability to access the system, the test and the actual site, and that has been configured in the election configuration. And Eduardo will show where it is.
So we can configure one election event for testing, sorry, one election for tests, and configure the period of voting, as I was just showing, that election, and then have another election within the same election event that has other configuration for start and stop. That's what I was doing right now. Right now, you can see that in the mock election event that I just created, there are two elections. The test election, which can configure specifically the dates here, and then there is the mock election where I already configured the dates, right? So they have different dates, clearly, because the mock election has some dates. And this one, for example, and just
Is that satisfying this requirement? Is that satisfying this requirement? Okay, we get yes. So we are moving forward. Unless anyone else have questions. We are going to section 1.4.7. The EMS, this is a new section. It's not subsection anymore. So the EMS OV shall enable COMELEC to review and set parameters for the purpose of modification before finalization if needed. I think we need the context again, but if I'm not mistaken, we need to set parameters. If I understand that correctly, we need to set parameters before we finalize the election. Is that correct?
What is meaning this is that you want to make changes, for example, in the number of votes that can be casted by the voters and submit this to the voting portal and make that change in the configuration of the election during the voting period. Is that what you mean?
Yes, we have the parameters to configure, and then we have to also to change or modify modification the system if needed or necessary. Can you show to us?
Yeah, so Eduardo will show how for election that is already set, we can actually change the ballot. And for example, as one of the configuration parameters, and can publish this and also review before we publish this. And this is for example, for cases when we have a candidate that retired or God forbid deceased during the election, because the election period can be a long time. So do you want to explain, Eduardo?
Yeah, so typically before the election, of course, once we have generated the keys of the election, we do an initial publication. We did the demo. Then we can do adjustments. For example, maybe in the test election, we are going to configure the name. We're going to say test election 2025. And then we are going to change something else. For example, we are going to change the number of allowed votes. Since this is a test election, maybe we allow voting, changing the vote. And we're going to, before it was 1, now it's going to be more. So we save this, but we haven't yet published. So you can review this to go back to publish. We already published an initial configuration, but we can change it. But before changing, we will see the differences. So this is a way to see the differences in the election. Sorry, I didn't assign this new to any area, so it's not going to be published.
So Eduardo need to assign the new configuration per the area that is relevant for the election. But what he showed before is that you can compare the two configuration the one that is already being published and the one that you just created with the system. And only after that you review it and satisfied and you want to publish it, you will publish it, and that's going to be available for voters throughout the election. This is a measure that is it's not being done so easily because once you start the election, you don't supposed to change it. So it's a measure that is being done with the election committee and also with the technical support. And only after that is being reviewed, we can publish this.
Yeah, so sorry, because we were not doing a prepared election event, I had created an election without a contest, so obviously it was not showing. So now we can see the changes. So we have done some changes in the election event configuration. Actually, we created even a contest in this case because it was something that we missed. And we changed some parameters. And now you can see, for example, the number of allowed votes that I put on 1,000, right? Which, of course, means you can change your vote, in this case, up to 1,000 times, right? And some other configuration, because, of course, we added a contest that missed, right? So we can review here the configuration in detail, and then we can either publish or not. And we can do it again if needed.
And another thing that the system is doing is also tracking all the changes that you publish throughout the election. Is there anything else that we want to see in 1.4.7?
Answer, can we proceed to 1.5.2
Thank you.
for the capable to generate automatic ballot design?
Can explain this?
Just so with Luis, before we go that, can we check 1.4.7?
Marcus.
Marcus done? Related to the changing before the finalization of the election.
Yes.
Are we satisfied with this requirement? Okay, we're satisfied. So now we go into 1.5.1. It's under the context of 1.5, digital or green ballot design. The winning bidder shall customize the system to comply with the COMELEC digital ballot design. This is customization. During the post-qualification, we need to show the capability for digital or screen ballot design. Section 1.5.1 says that the EMS OV shall capable to generate an automatic ballot design recommended to COMELEC based on the data contained therein. So I think we just need to show that we have a ballot, digital ballot, and we show that through the voting process.
Yeah, well, the ballot design is contained obviously in this publication that we just did. To
show them the actual ballot.
Yeah. So let me see. To show typically the process of configuring elections, the system is that you create a mock election like we are actually doing, and then you add voters, do ceremony, and authenticate, and then show the ballot. So we're gonna just do that, and you will see there the default design, and it's of course customizable. So yeah.
So the ballot is being generated out of the election configuration. Whether we configure the election, please continue. Whether we configure the election within the system or whether we import a configuration data. So once the admin console got the configuration of the election, which is mean ballot style, it means how many contents, it means the candidate names, all of those things. The ballot is automatically being generated by the system and it's become available for the voter via a URL that the voter gets, and then they can vote. So we showed that also in the live demo before, and also now Eduardo will show how we generate the ballot from the system, and this is where the vote can voter. This is how the voter can vote.
So I send a communication to the voter, in this case, of course, me, to authenticate to vote. And of course, I also start the election because otherwise I will not be able to vote. And okay. We just need to show the ballot. Right?
Show just the ballot.
Okay, so
exactly.
I'm gonna configure the authentication mode. Otherwise, we have to do. Sure.
So right now, what Eduardo do is, in order to move faster with the demonstration, is changing the authentication process to be much more simple and don't require the KYC and the two-factor authentication.
Yeah, and also it's a good opportunity to show that the authentication mechanism is actually highly configurable.
Don't worry, Eduardo, we show what we need. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So while Eduardo showing this, we're also going to speak about section 1.5.4, which means the EMSOV shall enable COMELEC to make modification to the system-generated ballot design, same with the final ballot design. So the modification can happen during the election configuration on the system, and can also happen even after we post the ballot. So previously, we show you how we can create, review, and publish modification for the election configuration, including the ballot. So that was shown before by Eduardo, and now we're going to show you the digital ballot. So I'm going to also ask in the meantime if section 1.5.4 is being satisfied with what we showed in section 1.4.7.
Code. And I set up the 2FA anyway. Okay, so actually here, I don't know if we went through this requirement, but here you can see.
Yes, we went.
Yeah. So I am assigned, this is the default suggestion of the ballot.
So this is just a simple ballot that we configure very, very fast in order to show you, but this is a digital ballot that was generated directly from the election configuration. If we're gonna create more context into the contest, into the description, into the candidates, including pictures, including description, and so on, even a personal bio link, that's all gonna be noticeable here.
And the logo, for example, in the demo we had the logo of the COMELEC, but in this one, since we just created it, just our logo.
So are we satisfied with the 1.5.1?
For 1.1.5 ballot design, can you able to print?
Is it in any specific requirement? Sorry, 1 point.
Or shall I take the picture of it?
Screenshot and print it.
Oh yeah, sure.
So, maybe from.
But we have to do it in the.
We are not connected here to the printer.
Do we have a USB?
Just,
Take a screenshot.
Okay, so we're gonna print the ballot for the technical working group.
Also, I want to add that everything in this screen is configurable. All the colors, all the text can be configured. Doesn't need to be customized and change the code. It's Eduardo, can you just show them 1 second the CSS, because maybe it's something that they're gonna be impressed with.
No, we're gonna move toward the requirement because we don't have time. Okay. Um, are we okay with line number 1.5.1?
It's here. I don't know if anyone. We print it. Right?
No, EJ can print it.
But this is just the default.
So just we can go to the pre-election that we have already in the website and show.
Sure.
So we're also going to show you in the meantime how a more complex ballot looks. This is something that we set up for a live demo on the website. This is a ballot that is being generated for an association, for example. And that's the internet. Yeah. And internet is, yeah. Okay.
Now you have it.
Different ballot configured in our system, so you can see that you can also decide to have different columns with different answers, the different candidates. If you prefer to have the candidates in columns, not in rows. In the second contest, in the contest you can have a contest, description of the contest. Then the candidate can have a picture, they can have a name, they also can have a description and a link to a bio. Really useful when you're set up digital ballot, because people normally get familiar with the picture of a candidate and don't remember his name, or even when you have a lot of candidates like in your ballots. So a lot of municipal election, even in the paper ballot, doesn't use this kind of design. They're using this design in their digital ballot.
So what we can do together with COMELEC is to design how the ballot would look like, and that is customizable, easy, with picture, with bio, even the format, is it vertical, horizontal, and so on. And this is something that we can do in terms of flexibility, so that the user or the voter would actually have a better experience that the picture. If they want to learn more about the candidate or more about the party list, then they can click all this type of information. So what you have seen in the presentation a while ago is just simple on how to set up the ballot, but how the ballot would look like is something that we can work with COMELEC so that it would have a look and feel similar to what you've seen here, with picture, with bio, with the definition, and so on. That is going to be up to COMELEC what type of information you would like to include, but that is customizable and easy to be done. So when you develop that ballot, as part of the mock election event, you select that ballot. That is the type of ballot that will come out. Now, if you do the actual election, the different look and feel of the ballot can also be customized.
So this is a ballot with a multiple way of voting. I can vote yes, no for the amendment. I can select the president and only choose one. I can give my votes to a party, and this is what we call cumulative voting. So this is another system, voting system, when I can allocate up to 5 votes to candidates in different parties. If I will try to give more votes, the system will allow me that I'm giving more votes than I actually can. Whether I'm gonna be allowed to do it or I will get notification, it's configuration. I can also nominate a candidate from my side, and then I'm just continue with the ballot review and encryption. So this is for section number 1.5, and this is the ballot review that as we saw before. Sorry? Yes, of course. So you wanted to print the review page or the ballot, the sample ballot? So
In the and we need the pen drive. We have the pen drive. Well, I have. No, it's also it adapts because it has the responsive design. No, but it's the product. Bueno, it's in the.
no. Can we move forward with 1.5.1? Okay. 1.5.4, we showed before how we can deploy modification. Is that okay? Okay, so we are continue. 1.45.5. The EMS OV should enable COMELEC to the option to show or not a candidate photograph or image of a party list, a organization logo, and we can see that in live, okay?
Right?
So we are good? Okay. Section 2, pre-registration as an oversee online voting. So now we come into the registration process.
And we just
Would that be wise to go backwards? Because we skip to the EMS, and I think we are finalizing the EMS and we're going into the pre-registration. So maybe go backwards to the election and go to sections at the beginning. Okay. Okay.
I mean, we already we already showed, I think, twice actually pre-registration.
Yeah, so I'm going back to page number 2 because we page number 1 we finalized. Page number 2 we waited for the election to be configured. So I'm talking now about section 3.4, page number 2. It's provide a secure way for the overseas online voter to review his or her vote selection candidate prior to the vote submission. So I think we showed it here as well, and also on the outdoor computer. So we can just select, it says that I also need to select a party. And after I'm encrypting the ballot, and this is all configurable in terms of user experience. So after I configure the ballot, I'm getting to the review screen. And in this review screen, I can review my selection and confirm it's okay, or go back to edit my ballot. I just show that. Yeah, so just, okay. And then also Eduardo showed that in the real demo. Eduardo showed that in the live demo. You're not gonna remember now, but once I'm re-encrypting my ballot, also the ballot tracker is actually changing. So I get another encryption. So would that be okay? Or there's any questions? Okay. Secretary can move forward. Okay. So we are now in section 3.5. The vote has been accurately recorded and securely stored in a digital election ballot box. Do you want to show the ballot tracker, please?
Sure. 1 second, I'm gonna look for, because we did this in the initial demo. In this one, we didn't vote. Second.
So this is also can be demonstrated by a document evidence.
Yeah, if I have.
Where we have this.
So which?
So Eduardo will show it, and we're also gonna provide the document evidence for that.
Okay, so I think the best way to do this is to cast a vote in the mock election event that we just configured, and I showed the patient. So I think here we have the contest, the very simple contest that we configured, right? You can see it, right? Contest 2 with candidates A and B, which is the one that we configured here, actually, in the test election 2025. This is the ballot. I can choose my ballot. Then in this version, the encryption is fast, as you can see. Here is the review screen that we were talking about. And then I can cast the ballot, confirming my selection. And then we have here the ballot ID. And here, this is the ballot ID. I can click here as a voter to locate the ballot. There it is. So you can see actually I have it here. The ballot ID is the same. This is also printable. And also just print it like this. Save it. Oh, I already saved it once, but some other election. So anyway, here we have we see the ballot lookup. We see the content of the encrypted ballot. This is the so I think we are complying with the requirement of being able to store the ballot and the
This one, the ballot tracker.
Yeah, so we are showing this ballot tracker or ballot lookup where we can find the ballot.
And this is also being mentioned in the technical reference document, page number 23, section 1.35, as the documentation evidence. We satisfied? 3.6, the vote totals per candidate have been accurately counted and securely stored.
Well, I think we have already printed some results, even in right? So you can check there. I can show also on the screen, but we have also documentation evidence of the previous election. I'm saying that because otherwise we're gonna do the whole thing again and create another election event, multiple. I don't know. But if we want, we can do it. And I was just saying that in the initial election.
Sorry, Eduardo.
Yeah.
That is also this is also documentation evidence, and it's also been detailed here in the technical reference document, page number 23, section 1.3.6, and this besides the election results explained earlier about the universal verifiability, how the system provides the mathematical evidence that can be independently verified that all the votes were counted and counted correctly, and that is also explained in the document that we submitted, the universal vote validation mechanism. It also refers at the log document and the immutable log document. So this is the documentation evidence, and unless there is questions, please tell me if that is satisfying or you want to ask questions regarding that. We good? Yes, this is highly technical stuff of how you verify mathematically the election results using the verifiable evidence the system provides, and also using the election verifier. So it's
no, but I think there's documentation.
So yeah,
we can go documentation.
So we're good. Okay, we're good. 3.7, it says security of its voting servers, including the active monitoring of the same and the corresponding threat response plan. So this is actually the next section here. So this section pretty much says how. So what we're going to show you right now, besides the documentation evidence, which section is that, please, Eduardo? So it's page 24 to the technical reference document, section 1.38, this one, and it's all been explained in the universal vote validation mechanism. So the system, basically, just to say in a nutshell, the system follows what we call end-to-end verifiability option or property. So it means that we can independently verify that votes are cast, recorded, and counted correctly through mathematical proof that the system produces. Those mathematical proofs are required in order not to validate the ballot secrecy, and can be independently verified by election auditors that are also expert in this field and can verify that all the ballots have been counted and counted correctly. And this is all described here in this document regarding universal verifiability and how we use the verifier tool. And also we have here another appendix about the underlying cryptography that is being used in the system to produce this mathematical verifiable proof, and that can be examined, and it all was submitted in the bid. So, and again, I apologize for this highly technical aspect of the system, but this is just how it's being done in the world. If you want, I can explain, but because the ballot is encrypted, to produce the evidence that it wasn't being changed, it's required strong cryptography called zero knowledge proof. It's something that was actually invented in Israel in the late 90s by Professor Shafi Goldwasser. And this is how technological system can prove that encrypted data has not been changed. It's a well-known practice. Whoever knows that know how to use this. So that is okay in terms of the document evidence, and I do apologize for the technical aspect of things. Section 3.9 is the auditability of the entire election process, including pre and post-election sub-processes. So I think, Eduardo, in this case, we're going to show the audit logs. Am I correct?
Oh, it says documentation.
Documentation. Okay, so the documentation we are referring to, again, to the technical. Everything is referred to the technical reference document. We are referring to page 24, section 1.3.9. Okay, so this section explains how we maintain the auditability. So the auditability, and this is the reference. This is the reference document. So we showed that before, but just to say that we have basically 3 levels of auditability. One is the system logs, and this is this document. But the system log is not enough. We want the system log to be immutable. So we have another document that talks about the immutable logs. So the system produced, and you saw that before, I think we also maybe printed the logs. The system produced logs for all the activities on the election. We showed that in the live demo. We also show this here, and all of them are immutable. So this is one level of auditability. The second level of auditability is to verify that that ballot has been cast, recorded, and counted correctly. The fact that how ballots are being cast and recorded, that only can happen by the voter. So we are calling that individual vote verifiability. Only the voter can verify that his ballot was cast correctly, because only the voter knows how he voted. And again, that all the ballot was counted and counted correctly. That's also another aspect of the auditability. We just talked about it in the universal verifiability. So should I open those documents, or that's okay? Should I go through those documents? Okay, maybe I will open them. So the individual verifiability, I'm just going to that.
Yeah, just before you showed a bit how the election verifier, etc., works, one of these documents.
Yeah, so as we said before, for the individual verifiability is to verify that my ballot has been cast as intended and recorded as cast. We show that in this document. There's a different software that need to be used in order to verify that my ballot was cast correctly. You cannot verify that your ballot was cast correctly by a machine with the same machine, because this machine can be compromised. So you have to use a different tool, and preferably a different machine. So this is the ballot verifier, and that is being explained here, how we use the ballot verifier portal and how this process works. That was also showed earlier by Eduardo in the live demo. So that is also being explained here, step by step, and this is more for the election. And also how the voting process works, and how I can locate my ballot on the bulletin board. So this is this document, and I'm also going to touch the log documents, OLV electoral logs here. So again, this is referred to a few levels of logs, whether it's the information of the registered in the electoral log, how the database logs that are immutable, the cryptographic logs, the operational logs, and Eventually, also what is the log format? That's being explained here. How we do it, what kind of tools. And this document is pretty much talks about how these logs is being generated, where they are stored, what kind of tools are we using to generate those logs, how the immutability of the logs works, and how you set up elections. Also, how is that comply with a global standard called FIPS 140-2. This is standard for cryptographic encryptions. So when you use logs, some kind of encrypted algorithms, and that is part of the global standard of FIPS. So everything is here in the document, and that was provided with the bid submission. Okay, so we clarify number 3.9, and now we are going to number 4. Yes. Accessible on all or most of the commonly operating systems. Okay. So we need to show that is accessible on Mac, on Windows, on Linux, and also different browsers, and also Android and iOS. So SMS, the IT teams prepared laptops, and we're gonna show you different laptops with different browsers. That's the only way to show it, actually. Or you can approach them, please. And maybe we can also take like 5 minutes break in the meantime. So please go over there, review the different laptops, operation system browsers, and also the team, if you can show them the Android and the iPhone. And another thing that you can see there, EJ, if we can also the same opportunity, show them the printer and the secure log. So when we're gonna get to it, they're already gonna see it. The secure box. Thank you. Are we good?
Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, so we're gonna wait for a few more team members and committee members, and then maybe we're gonna continue. You? Okay, so I'm just gonna ask if are we satisfying with the different type of operation system, browsers, and mobile devices? Okay, yes. So now we're on page number 3, section number 5, provide acceptable level of transparency and auditability for the vote counting process. This is also documentation evidence, but we also talked about it. I think it's going to be repeatable. What? Where's that? Show me. Yeah. Yeah. So it's on. Sorry, it's on page 26. This on page 26, 1.5. So this is the repeatable section. It's like before. We talked about the auditability and the transparency. Also here in the technical reference document, we are referring to the same document. So if the TWC is content, we're gonna mark this as the okay and move forward unless you have questions or requests. The transparency is being achieved by the logs, the publication of the logs, and also by the validation process that can be individual and universal validations. Also, there can be transparency in terms of multiple people working on the system, and we also showed that before. For example, observers can be part of the trustees of the system that also can be accountable for the operation of the election.
Yeah, the system also allows to configure any kind of role and have a role assigned to users that are only read-only. Can see anything, but they cannot change it. It's kind of transparency. Can also.
So if you remember when we talked about the minimum pool workers that are required to execute any kind of action, so that can be applicable for pool workers, that can be applicable for election committee members, that can be also applicable for all the combination between the election commission and also observers of the election. So they can be also part of the election operation, and they can also, Eduardo say, be part of the users of the system that have view permission. Typically, it's not been common, but it's possible. Any questions or comments on this section? Okay, I don't get any, so we are moving forward and signaling here that this is okay. Section 12, the system auditability, which provides supporting documentation for verifying the correctness of the reported election results. We jump because it's only the what need to be proved. Yeah, so again, all of these are part of the same concept of the system, the logs, the verifiability.
1.12.
12, and this is 1.12, section, page 21. 1.12. Go with 22. Yeah, I know what happened. It's just like the same as the.
Look for the. You're not right.
Which? So we found it. This is on page 29. This is the document evidence that explain how we approach this. And in this, we are referring to the universal and individual and universal verifiability. Individual verifiability is with the ability to see my ballot using the ballot tracker that is on the voting portal. We showed that before, and also verify my ballot using the ballot verifier. And the universal verifiability is being achieved by using the verifier tool to verify the election mathematical proof. That is something that already been discussed. Are we good? We have questions, so can we move forward? Okay, so we're moving forward. Number 13 is the an EMS/OV for preparing ballots and programs integrated with the COMELEC AES for use in the casting and counting of votes and to be consolidated, report, display election results in the shortest time possible. So it's about the integration with the with COMELEC voting machines as customization. Secretary, do we need to present that to talk about it, or it's customization? Yeah, so for, I would say two things about it. First of all, of course, it's very common sense that the integration with the voting machine is customization stage, and we're gonna have to work with the provider of the voting machines to integrate. But in terms of how the integration works, is about pretty much like we saw before about importing and exporting information from the system. So correct, Eduardo, and just correct me if I'm wrong, and you can elaborate that if you want. But the way it's gonna be is that if the AES need to provide us information, then we're gonna have an API integration with AES to import election configuration, which is probably gonna be the ballot information, and could be also voter list and also post information. So this is what's shown before in the EMS section. If we need to transmit information to the EES, this is gonna be something that we're gonna export information from our side, and we're gonna export information from our side to be received by the AES.
I can show now, for example, with integration of we can generate the ballots with the imports that we shown before. So no, it is the CSV files that you gave to us, and we imported, if you remember. So with that, we can import ballots, and of course, we can also export the ballots in different formats. PDF is one, as you saw, you can print it. And here they are talking also about the election results, because it's something that typically you're going to integrate with other systems. And that's why I'm showing here, for example, an export of the election results in a in JSON format, which is a typical format used for integration with other systems. And we can export the results in also other formats, and it's also even the ballots themselves, which can be in PDF. You can scan them.
So basically, the way it's going to be played out probably in the election is that the AES is going to be the system of record. So that's going to be the main system of the election. We either going to receive information from this system if the committee will prefer to use just this system and for us to integrate with it. And then we're going to have to send our results to the system to be consolidated in the AES system as the system of record. And this is something that is typically being determined when we design the project with the committee. But the system is very flexible to do any kind of integration.
Well, I can have to log in.
I don't think. I think if we show the export, it's okay. Yeah. Are we having, like, do we need to shoot the tools, or we okay with the exporting of the data?
Okay.
We are good. Okay, so we are good with 13, and now we are going to 14. Accessibility to person with low level of experiency. So accessibility to people with low level of literacy, and person with disability with at least WCAG 2.1 AA compliance certification. So I think that for this we need to documentation. So where is the documentation?
31.
31 section. So basically, the system comply with the WCAG 2.1 AA standard, typically in the voting booth. That is for people that use the system that have disabilities. We provided also accessibility report, and that is the documentation evidence. It's called accessibility report Sequent voting portal version 10.1.x from the February 12, 2024. I think it's in a different document in library, right? It's the credentials. So this is a company in Spain that performed accessibility evaluation for the system in February 12, 2024, version 10.1. And this is the report. It talks about the details and the result itself of the evaluation. So this is pretty much the standards of how you're doing this kind of accessibility. You actually check one by one based on the standard if the system comply with one by one, if it's relevant and present, this kind of requirement. And it's been provided here, and that's it. Any questions regarding the document? Okay, so this is section number 14. Are there any questions, comments? If not, we're going to move to section number 15. Are we good? Very good. Section number 15 is about vote tabulation program for election, referendum, and what is that? Plebiscite. So basically, there's not a much of difference between election process and a referendum. It's all being done in the same way on the system. Regarding the tabulation, this is what Eduardo showed before regarding the tally ceremony, how we conduct the tally, what type of tallies.
Yeah, we're showing here right now the results of one of the elections. It's a COMELEC election test. You see different candidates. Here we see another, instead of party list, which is one type, now we have the senator, which is another type of election where you vote instead of party lists, you vote senators. And really in the system, all this boils down to different names of what we call the candidates. But just like it says here, Senator A or B, it could be a referendum with yes or no text, and of course it can have images and links, and you have seen that before, but the system supports it. And here is the tabulation of the results. For example, here Senator A in this in the global area has one vote, and Senator B. So I think we are compliant here with this requirement.
Yeah, it's not required here, but it's also like a documentation reference, with documentation evidence. Sorry, it's pretty much for every section that we have in the Annex K. We have a corresponding answer in the technical reference document. So this is also here, but if what Eduardo shows satisfy, then we can continue. Are we good with the tally? Tabulation is basically the tally of the results. It's pretty much the same. Okay, so we are moving forward. The next section is the accuracy or the accurate ballot counters. And I think this is where we are referring to the dashboard with the counting of the ballot.
Not the results, but the number of actual ballots voters. So, well, I'm gonna show I'm gonna show here, for example, the election. I think it was this one that we did initially. If you remember, I showed the dashboard and I voted in two elections. One was the test election. You can see it here, the two elections, the test vote and the real one. So here we have the count of votes since we cast election, votes in each of the elections. There are 2 votes. This is votes by day, but there is only 1 voter because this single voter can vote in 2 elections. So that's why the votes by channel, which are totals, is just 1 voter, voters by channel.
The two election actually being aggregated under what we call election event. So election event contains number of elections. So if the voter vote in 2 elections, in the election event, I will see the 2 votes. If I will go to just one of the election, I will see just 1 vote because the voter vote once in this election, and so on. This is being done per voting channel. It's also being done per time and date, and that can be visible both in the admin console and also in the system.
For example, we have different areas. If you remember, we configured multiple in the initial demo. So in this area in Barcelona for contest party list, well, here we have 1 voter and 1 total valid vote cast. And here we can export the receipts, which I just click here, and then you can see in PDF format, so it's also readable, the anonymized but counted ballots. So here, since it's only 1 ballot, it's ballot number 0, then we see the selection, and also we have a QR code that you can scan. So this can be used for automatic ballot counting with a third-party system. Yeah, it's configurable. What is inside? This is the encoding of the actual ballot and the number of the ballot. So you see the ballot 0 and 8 this is just a template, by the way. This is configurable in the system. In the RFP, the data format of this QR code is not defined, so we just use a sample for this.
Yeah. So just after we decrypt the votes, what we get in the system is the encoding of the ballot. So our system, to explain a little bit how this works, it's when you design the ballots and you create the list of candidates or selection that you can do in that ballot, in that election, it's generating a codification for each options of each type of selection that you can do inside the ballot. So when we are decrypting the ballots, the system is the coded ballot that is plain text, and we know inside our system, because we generate the codification, what it's referring that the code. So 1 and party 2. So and that's why when Eduardo showed the PDF was showing already the decoded ballot, okay, showing what is meaning the codification that we use that ballot. Now, if it's clear, hope it's clear.
Yeah, yes, just want to remark that that it's not defined what it needs to be in this QR code, and we can do whatever. It's just a template.
Is that answer your questions?
Just 1. That's why there is 1 ballot per page here. The first page just says vote received.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
Right. Correct, because there is the number, the eligible voters are the potential of voters. So you're going to have 1.69 million eligible voters, but only can 1, 2, or whatever number can actually log in and vote.
Sorry? Yeah, I was showing, yeah. Wait again.
Okay. So you can also guide us. How do you want us to show this the accuracy, because we can go through like multiple votes. Oh,
Yeah. The election results. Yes, all this information, right? So here, per area, we can export the formats, and we can export the receipt, which is the PDF that I was showing before. This is the vote receipt. And here we have, for each vote, basically this is the PDF with all the votes. This is the ballot. No, this is an actual cast ballot. You could vote for obviously more than one option. This is one ballot for party 3. And
So what we want to see, please, is that if I voted for candidate A, that is being counted eventually as candidate A. No, no. It means that you do the voting process, and also when we do the tally, we see.
Okay, so you want to do the whole process. We vote, or yeah, okay.
So show the candidate,
no,
not the report, not the report, the tally. The tally on the system, it doesn't relate to. So go down and show us
Here it is.
who they voted for.
3.
Party number 3.
Yeah.
That is accurate. That is also consistent between the what the vote voted for, that only he knows, the tally that is being reflected on the system, and also the vote receipt, which is the actually ballot in clear text, and also the any export of the votes of the report. Sorry. So and again, apologize. It's only one, unless we want to vote now for many. But I think we are good.
Are we okay, or we need more clarifications?
Are we okay?
Okay.
Okay, we are okay. So we are moving forward. This is the last page of this section. The next item is data retention provision. This is customization, but during the post-qual qualification process, we will show that the OVCS capability for data retention, something that we show with AWS.
Yeah, we showed it before. If you want, we can show it again, but we show the AWS backup policy that allows us to configure how much time the snapshots of the system and the database are going to be kept. And also, by the way, how often, etc.
So data retention means how much we preserve the data and when we delete it, and also provide the evidence that's been deleted. That is something that is being configured as a part of the backup policy of the system on AWS, where the system is being deployed. We showed that before. So unless you want us to show it again, I think we are good. Guys, yeah, okay, we're good. Number 18, utilize or generate online official ballots through the integration with, COMELEC AES by importing the MySQL or CSV files provided by COMELEC. We already showed that, we discussed that. I think we are okay, unless there are any comments. Okay. Provide the overseas online voter system of verification to find out whether or not the OVCS has registered the choice. So this is being done by the individual verifiability, that my ballot has been cast as intended and also recorded as cast. We show that through, you already know our system now. So we show that through the ballot tracker, if you remember, and also in the documents. Are we good? Item number 19.
Yes.
Yeah, so we can show it again, but we already showed that before, specifically for one other requirement. That's going to be when a ballot is being cast. So if we're going to get into election, we're going to select our candidates or parties. We're going to encrypt the ballot on device. The ballot's going to get in hash. It's going to be the ballot tracker. Once I'm submitting this ballot and I cast my ballot, I can also track with the receipt that I'm getting as a voter, I can also track this ballot and make sure that it's being recorded on the bulletin board of the election, the immutable bulletin board of the election. That can be public or permission-based. Ballot tracker. I'm talking about the ballot tracker. So
okay, sorry.
it's not auditable.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna, again, we're using this example because it's not about the ballot, but here what you can see, this is the ballot tracker. So this is my ballot encrypted. And once I'm gonna cast my ballot, I'm gonna be able to also just press the link. This is send me to the ballot tracker, which is the different application, and I can find, Eduardo, can you just change the hash for a second to show that I even don't find it? No, supposed to show that I found it. Okay. So Eduardo now just change the ballot tracker and it's not to be found. So if you can just find it, find the white one. And now I found my ballot. So this is the method that allow me to verify at any given time that my ballot, the way I cast it, is being kept on the bulletin board. And later on, there's also the evidence that it was counted correctly. And this is, by the way, the common tool today to how to do that with the election voting systems that are online. Are we good with that? Okay. So we are now in number 20, configure access control for sensitive information data and function. So we already showed the roles and the permission. And we also show, well, we show two things. We show before to the TWC that roles can be defined based on what users can be defined based on roles and permission. That was showed before. And also that we can set up multiple security link measures for the authentication, like two-factor authentication. So that can be defined for deployment. Do we need to show anything else in this regard? I think we showed a lot, so we're just every time that it's repeatable, I'm trying to save us time. Are we good? Okay. I'm getting confirmation that we are good, so we're moving forward. 21. It's to provide for, okay, 21 is to provide for safekeeping, storing, or and archiving of physical or paper resources used in the election process. Okay, so I hope that you saw that before when you went to see the computer, the browsers, and the mobile devices, but next to the printer, we're also providing a secure briefcase. So this secure briefcase have is in the size of a legal size document. So this secure briefcase is gonna be able to contain all the printed papers of the ballot receipt that is being printed at the post level. And also what you can notice, and please also give them the zip codes. Can we get the zip code over there? Sorry. So these briefcases can also be locked with a number, with serial zip codes that of course cannot be opened unless you cut them, but we can lock the briefcase in the holes over there with the zip code, and this is where we have a secured, contained, sealed, contained to deliver the vote receipt from the post to COMELEC. Yeah. To ballot staffing. To you have over there the, can you? We also provided with this case a soft base that can also be removed and clear more spaces. Yeah, like AJ is doing right now. And also this is what we know from other election processes in the world that we took part with. Yeah, the entire process can be designed with notify lockers, zip lockers. Well, this is actually already did. Part of it. We have to go back to it. Are we good with the secure locking and archiving? Okay, so we're good. And then we are on page number 4, we are moving forward to section B, general system requirement. We already been here when Eduardo configured the election. So of course, we skipping this row in page number 4 because we actually did it in 1.1, page number 5. So I don't think we missed anything in this section. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm moving forward to page number 9. So please correct me if we missed anything until page number 9. For my side, I marked everything as being reviewed. But if you have questions, we can come back to it. And now we are going back to where we stopped previously, which is section number 2 on page number 9. So it's the pre-registration as overseas online voter and the subsection 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and so forth. 2.1 means the OVCS for pre-registration shall be secure and must operate separately from other models. So I think we already showed in the registration that it's a different model and is independent. But we also have a documentation evidence in this section, which is where? 6. So on the technical reference document, page 56, and I'm going down quite quickly to there. Two point two point two. Yeah, so here we have a short explanation that explains that this is a separate model that is insulated or insulating the pre-registration activity from the other system functionality. It's also a well-tested solution that is being used for other government and other government in the world and also in airports. And it's being done, as you saw, as a separate model to the specific registration demonstration that we just did before. So I think we are covering that unless we have questions regarding that. Are we good or? What? Secretary, we are waiting for your comment. We talked about the registration model that we showed before, the system that is a separate model. It's also been documented here in the technical reference document. It was also very obvious that it's a separate model. So unless there's any questions, this is a system that can be also used independently and being used independently in other government and airports in the world. So unless there's any questions or comments, please let me know or we can move forward. Give me feedback. Okay, so we're moving forward to 2.2, and this requirement says that the pre-registration system will be automatically, will be able to automatically collect information from valid Philippine government issued documents, such as the Philippine passport, Siemens book, the PhilSys ID, and others, such valid identification cards that can be used to validate the identity of the applicant. So this is, of course, something that needs to be configured in the system and need to be supported during the project. We showed during the demonstration before successful registration with PhilSys ID. So we saw that. We also showed that it can be configured to support Philippine passport and Siemens book. And of course, we can support more. We just need, it's going to be part of the project. So
going to approve this change, and at least all not approve. Maybe at the end you decided you're going to do that. You said, okay, we discard this, or approve it. And if you approve it, what you do is the same as before, the same force inside the first code. We're going to prioritize it, put there the project plan, and the project. And finally, we're going to accept the change and approve the code. Okay. Any questions about how we manage things? Yeah. No, I think that when they copy and paste the flow here, has broken. No, you are the one that decides to dismiss the change. So only if you don't approve the change, it's gonna be dismissed. Okay. So if you say, okay, let's say we create a change order with all information of all the documents, the price, how much it's gonna cost. Think about you say right now, I don't want that no voters, overseas voters need to be registered, overseas voters, in order to be able to register to vote online. So right now we are changing the project from 1.6 million voters to, I think you have 18 million Filipinos overseas, 8 million voters. So we're changing the scope of the project from having 1.6 million voters, eligible voters in the system, to have 8. So in this case, we're gonna tell you, okay, 8 is not the same as 1.6. So we need to increase the sizing of our machines. We need to increase the cloud. The cost of the biometric is gonna be higher. So we need to estimate cost and give you a change order. So with this estimation and this cost, what you're gonna do is say, okay, doing this change is gonna cost me, I don't know, just saying here, 100. Okay, just saying a number. It's not a real number. I didn't study that. Okay, and you can say, okay, this is too much for us, and we cannot approve this in the project, so we dismiss it. You are dismissing the change order. Okay.
The idea is that every change needs to be examined. Whoever raised the change, we're gonna have to analyze it, and we have to provide the impact of it, and then it's gonna be either approved or disapproved by COMELEC, and then we're gonna have to execute. So every change has an impact. There will be changes that actually save money in the project. For example, there could be like redundant requirement that you decide to give up, and with this kind of availability of resources and probably also time, we're gonna be able to add something else that you want. Okay, so the requirement of COMELEC in the way that it's gonna be most usable and beneficial for the overseas voters in terms of the system is gonna be implemented in this project within the scope of the project. Any more questions about this? Okay. Yeah. So the last thing is the transfer of knowledge in this project. And basically we have like 3 pillars to transfer of knowledge. We have the trainees. So that could be COMELEC executive, technical personnel, the SBEI team, technical support team, and also trained trainers. So we have, we're gonna be able to train trainers of COMELEC. We say that it's not finalist. There could be more types of trainees. From the other side, we have the trainers. So whoever gonna be doing the trainer are not necessarily trainers that we hire, but they're actually people that have the experience of working in the project. So the project manager and the project director gonna also do training. That's gonna be defined as who is doing what of the training plan. We have the senior analyst that also gonna do training, especially toward the BA. We also have the ability, not just internal of the company, but also external, to bring online voting and security expert. And this is gonna be needed to first also educate the COMELEC personnel about this kind of voting system and the underlying technology, but also toward external communication that's going to happen in the project. And of course, we're going to have a dedicated team members for both from Sequent and SMSGT that not necessarily going to be involved in any piece of the project, but have specific knowledge that need to be transferred to COMELEC, and they're also going to be participating in those courses. When we build this kind of course plan or train plan, we're going to take into account the roles, the responsibility, and the assignment of each personnel that actually have to get the knowledge. We are taking into account the types of training and the audience. We're going to have a detailed course planning. So eventually the goal will be that each individual in COMELEC going to have a set of courses that they need to go through and be so-called certified. And then we're going to have a project training plan and schedule to make sure that everybody get the knowledge on the right time and be able to execute that and work with us. We want as much as possible that the COMELEC personnel is going to be educated with our system and the project. So the better you know, the easier it is for us, right? So it's work with COMELEC on this. And eventually, as Louis said, we are looking at continuous development and improvement. So this training courses and materials is going to be updated and improved with time and based on the feedback that we got. I think we have a lot of SBEI people. We don't have to do everyone at once. We're going to do it in steps and going to improve the materials that we share with them. Yeah, sure, go ahead, you know.
So first of all, important part is defining really what we want to provide you, what kind of training we want to provide you, and to who. Okay, so after this, what we need to define is how we're gonna measure or have an idea if we provide a good training to the people. So we need to find metrics with it. So after we provide a training, we need to make sure that people have understood what we are training them. Okay? I don't want to, for example, poll workers in a post to be trained about how to start an election, close the election, tally the votes, and they don't have been able to understand it completely. And during the election and at the end of the voting period, they're going to have so many problems. And we're going to have our support the last day on fire, we can say, trying to fix the issue of a bad training. So what we need to ensure is this training are delivered correctly. Okay, how we do it is setting up metrics. Okay, maybe having tests, maybe doing people some practice exercise with tasks during training. So we ensure they got the information. Okay. 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 So how we have so at the end we have a team of a large company supporting us here in Philippines that they are gonna get all the knowledge and they already know about our system. So they will be able to provide services to training. So how are we gonna do to know the exact number of training people that we know? First of all, is understand how many people we're gonna train, the exact number of people. So once we have this, we can define a training session. Maybe we can define training session that cannot be more than 10 people. But some training session, maybe technical training session, maybe we cannot allow more than 4 people because training sessions are really say like specified in the training part or the technical part of the system, and can be not everybody can understand that. But maybe for what we can say a user like a pool worker, we can train 20 of the same. Okay, a venue or online, or we can record sessions, and then they can be able to watch them at their own time.
I think I think that I also understand your question, and I think what you need to understand is that our training approach is a little bit different. We don't hire trainers to train you guys. This is not what we're doing. This is also not being priced in the bid. Whoever train you is whoever do the project. So when I said before that the project manager is the trainer, he's currently working the project and he's also doing training sessions. And training sessions are not that long, right? So if I need to train 20 technical personnel, if I put in Eduardo and Luis that are here and working on the project, they can give them 2 or 3 4-hour sessions, and they're going to be very profound about the technical aspect, right, with the right documentation, the right Q&A. So not like we have people that work on the project and then we are hiring other people that to train, and so for us it's much more effective way of training, but much more cost effective in this regards. So this is how we approach to all of our projects. We don't hire trainers. We don't have education set out of people that don't understand. So you get the training from the people that actually do the project and have the best knowledge. And this is how we approach this. Also, we already started to work with SMSGT, and SMSGT technical team is also, as you saw here, working with us. And they're going to be working on the project, and they're going to be the one that train. So this is, in terms of your question, how many people it's going to be? It's going to be between, I don't know, 8 people to maybe 12 type people, right? If we bring, even if we bring one of our advisors as an online voting expert and security expert to give a session to COMELEC executive, again, it's the best people. It's the best people that have the knowledge and part of the project. So we don't expect it to be a lot of people, and we expect it to be people that are spending a few hours a day to train people during the project. And also we took into factor to create all those training materials. But yet again, you have to understand, and again, and I think I also know where the question is coming. So part of behind this question is how can we be so effective in terms of cost? So when we have an open source project, it means that this project, the system, is being available for the public, and everybody needs to understand that. So a lot of the documentation that needs to be delivered for the technical people, or the manuals, are already being written. We're not reading them specifically for this project. So we're reusing the documentation that is already available for the public. And that is going to be the training materials. That's going to be the people. So it's all integrated in the project. And this is how this is, and also other aspects in the way we conduct our technical aspect, allow us to be very efficient and very effective in the way we conduct the project training, and also be efficient with our costs. So is that answer your question?
In addition to what Shai mentioned, SMSGT actually has a university where we train engineers and we train IT personnel. So in discussion with Sequent, the training methodology, including the trainers that we use to train our IT engineers and IT personnel, are currently existing in the organization. So in terms of the syllabus, in terms of how the training process is going to happen, it is already existing in our organization because we train a lot of IT professionals. We train a lot of cybersecurity professionals. We train a lot of electronics and communications professionals, including training of project managers. So in our facility, in our company, we have these trainers already available. So what's going to happen? There will be a transfer between Sequent and SMSGT, and you can use the current facilities, including our training personnel, our teachers, our professors, to be able to enhance the capability of the engineers and the executives in COMELEC. we have a process because we actually have an internal university that trains all our IT personnel.
Yeah, and also on a more general term, this is a kind of a property or aspect that you see it going throughout the project. We didn't talk about it, but when Eduardo showed the AWS and web infrastructure that we deployed, it's very hard to understand right now because it's very technical, but this is a very, very efficient deployment of this kind of system that can be scalable to millions of voters. Also, in terms of how we use the cloud, we are very, very efficient. We're doing that because we work very closely with AWS, and we have AWS architects and engineers that work with us on defining, and we invested a lot in DevOps to make sure that when the system is run on the cloud, it's very, very efficient. So we have a fast performance, but we're also saving a lot of costs. So this is how we do things in Sequent, and also we able to capitalize and double down on all the benefits that SMSGT is bringing, and that allow us to be in some kind of different sector of maybe other bidder in this kind of project. Okay, and I'm going back again to the change management, and I want to emphasize we're going to share with you during the project a lot of knowledge of what we learned from other projects. And we already have a lot of things to say about how the voting experience should be and how the security should be and how the registration should be. So this is something that we're going to define with you. And as we go, we expect to have on constant basis, we expect to have on weekly basis changes. So that is our job to accommodate them and make sure that we get to the final results. Just to complete these sections, after Luis presented, I'm just going to finalize this. After we go through the process of defining the metrics to make sure that we also know that the people that we train are actually profound in what they learn, and update the training materials, and then go to the evaluation and improving process. We took the trainer approach. We don't have to train all the people on the time in the frontal level. They can also learn a lot of the material, and we also expect people to do that. I was actually the head of education in an education center in a big American company once, and we never expect people to learn just from online or face-to-face. We also expect them to do homework and learn offline. So we're going through that, and we provide the materials, whether it's user guide and voter guides, of course, for the voters, but also deployment. Right now, we can give you, we can give you our deployment guide, and you're going to be able to deploy our system by yourself, step by step. And then we also have to take in consideration that we need to provide not just the training for COMELEC personnel, but also we have to accommodate the needs of the call center representative with troubleshooting and guides of how to FAQ technical documents, and also we're going to provide tutorials for the technical, for the support center, and also for the voters and the poll workers. Thank you. This is a slide that shows, give a little bit of taste of what kind of materials we produce. So that can be a presentation, live demonstration of the system, of course, can be also recorded. Later on, physical activities is how to actually deploy that, hence by doing that. Webinars, we said, self-explanatory documentation, so people will be able to go offline and learn those materials. Do with the people the installations, the deployment together. Also, the testing procedure is part of the training aspect, the Q&A documents, and eventually evaluation materials for the KPIs of the trainees. Do you want to add something? So this is concluding the project, the change management, and the transfer of knowledge aspects. And please, if you have any questions, please share it with us. thank you for allowing us to present 1 minute even after. And yes, sure, of course.
So thank you everyone. So that concludes the presentation for the change management plan. And again, tomorrow we will resume for the um, at 9 o'clock in the morning the demonstration for the bidders OVCS capabilities. So see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.